changing faster than the education meant to shape one. But before we call this as a threat, let's pause here. Because, as you probably know, every powerful tool in the history has placed humanity in front of the same question. But we'll continue, we'll come back to that at the end. So first, Act 1, psychology. Why psychology? Because the first thing that AI change is not the code. It's what happens inside the programmer's, the engineer's head. Yeah. Before we talk about systems or about open sources, that are Act number 2 and Act number 3, we have to understand the human being who now works next to a machine. Yeah. So let's start with psychology. Let's start first with some data. As you can see, 84% of engineers report that AI increased their productivity. This is the number probably that you have expected. Yeah? Nothing special. But there is also the second number on the right, less obvious, because this is the share of those who report a worse work experience. It's cognitive fatigue, the loss of flow, rose from 14 to 27%. It's doubled. So let's name it. This is the productivity paradox. Yeah, the vector of output and the vector of well-being moved in opposite directions. You know, I'm academic teacher, so for everything I need to have theoretical models and some formulas. So that's why we have here also the model. Yeah. So the model is quite simple. It's the model about cognitive load theory. The idea is simple. Yeah. Our working memory has a limit. It's finite. And whatever we put into, it must fit within that limit. We can write it as a simple equation, as you can see. Yeah? There are three kinds of load. And the art is of learning what to do with each of this load. Yeah? So the first one is intrinsic load. So this is the real complexity of the problem itself. This one we manage. We don't fight it. This is just the actual work. The second one is extraneous load. Syntax lookup, searching, documentation, distractions. This one we would like to reduce. And the AI is good at it. It takes this load off our shoulders. The third one, and the most important, is germane load. The effort that builds lasting knowledge. You know, system thinking, architecture reasoning, problem solving. So this one we want to increase. Yeah. And of course, the biggest problem is what AI is doing with these three parts. The research is quite clear. When a developer delegates the whole task to AI, generate, accept, move on, the real comprehension drops to 24%. Only 24%. That's all the understanding left when AI does the whole task. So only a little part, yeah. Now, why does this happen? Think back about our formula from the last slide. Understanding is not delivered with the code. Understanding is built by the effort of writing the code. So by small struggles, by wrong turn, by fixing bugs. So this struggle is learning. So if we remove it, we don't just save time, but we also remove the very thing that was teaching us. So the code works, but we don't know why. And there is a quite danger here. It's just a black box. Black box is fine, but until it breaks, of course. And when it breaks, the person who never understood it cannot fix it. We can produce software, but we are not longer able to repair it. Yeah, and this is the paradox of our craft today. We have really never written code so fast. And we have never understood it so little. Yeah. Here you can see a very simple example. Yeah. This is where 24% leads. Yeah. Clean code, elegant. AI wrote it, an engineer accepted, yeah, approved it, shipped it. But you can see that there is no permission check. A very simple example. So the system went down. And where was the bug? Where is the bug? You can say, yeah, this line in the code. No, it's not in the code. The syntax is perfect. It's very clear. The bug was, or is, in the mind. In the mind that stopped understanding what it was reading. Yeah. So we can see that AI generates code. Yeah. But we have to remember that still the judgment is our. So we cannot delegate it. Yeah. I really like this slide because let's say me personally, yeah, because when I was a student, the advantage went to those who knew how to figure things out. Not cheating, just figure things out. Yeah. Who could find workaround, read up, put the pieces together. This skill was uncommon, yeah, and that made it valuable. But remember these three laws, yeah? AI removes the extraneous one, so it's the how. It removes the barrier of figuring things out. So when the how barrier is gone, only one question remains. Do I want to? Yeah. So the advantage has moved from skill to will. And it used to take the skill to figure out. Now it takes the will. The will to ask, the will to prompt. Let me give you a very simple example from my own backyard as an academic teacher. I share my materials with my students in a mode that blocks downloading. It's just locked, protected. They are not able to download it. Does the lock works? Of course, no. Student only has to want to ask AI and gets the way around it. For my student, it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah? So my technical barrier did not fall because someone was smarter. It fell because someone wanted to. It's enough. And of course, had a tool that did the rest. So this is not a story about students cheating. Of course, it's the same force. Yeah? The very same will that gets around to lock is the will that makes someone great, for example, WordPress creator. So you just have to want to sit down, for example, with AI and work. It's just only will. And after a few weeks, you have a real contribution to a project that, as you know, half of the internet runs on. So the will to bypass a lock, yeah? The will to build something that matters, the same energy, two directions. Okay. So Act 2 systems. Now, when we know the diagnosis, we know the problem, is the moment we know it's a temptation appear. If the problem is AI, then let's just teach students to use AI better. Yeah? Add a course, add a new framework, another course, a new tool, workshop. It sounds reasonable, but it's of course a trap. Yeah? And system thinking is what let us see why. System thinking begins with one idea. What we see is never the whole story. So here you can see something like iceberg. Yeah? At the surface is the event. Yeah? The things we noticed. For example, a student passed AI code and cannot debug it. This is what everyone reacts to. Yeah? But below you can see patterns, so raising cognitive load, fading flow. The same thing happening again and again. Deeper structures. Yeah. So we teach a framework, the market moves. We add another course. The structure itself keeps us running in place. And the most important is at the very bottom. It's a mental model. The deepest beliefs that are inside, the quiet assumption that programming equals rewriting syntax. So here is the lesson. We always react on the top, on the tip of this iceberg, at the events. We add a course, we patch the symptom. But the real power to change the system is at the bottom, in mental models. And that's why teaching one more AI tool will never be the same, will never replace it, will never be a solution. But systems also have traps that repeat. Yeah. Let me show you two. The first one, engineers know very well. It's called fixes that fail. Yeah. It's a quick path. It's a quick. It's just writing a piece of code that will patch the bug, and today the system is working, the problem is solved. But what will be tomorrow? We don't know, we'll see. Yeah? Code is written in a hurry, then it comes back as a technical debt. This is why engineer must see the loop, not the line. Not does it works now, but what does this set in motion? Now take the same lens and point it at the open source itself. Yeah? Because open source has its own loop, as you can see on the right. Yeah? And of course, its own trap. It's called the marker-taker problem. Companies build businesses on short code without, of course, investing in keeping it alive. They take, they don't give. So, the same with WordPress, yeah? But WordPress answered, that you need WordPress, answered with a structural fix. 5 for the future. 5% of resources given back to the short project. And notice what that is. It's not a patch. It's a change at the bottom of our iceberg. Yeah? We are changing the way we are thinking. We are changing the mental models. From take what you need to sustain what sustains us. And the last act number 3, open sources. So far we have the diagnosis and some lens, some systems. So now it's time for cure. Yeah? So if the problem is that we lose the effort that builds our knowledge and that we keep fixing the surface instead of the system, then we need a place where people learn to we learn the opposite, a place where you build in the open with others on something real. Of course, we don't have to invent that place, yeah? It already exists, you know exactly what I mean. So if the problem is that we lost the effort that builds our knowledge, and that we lost system thinking, yeah, we need this place where both are practiced naturally, not in artificial assignment for a grade, just a living system. Such a living system can be, of course, for example, WordPress. Yeah? WordPress, where half of the internet runs on. So it's the largest living laboratory of collaboration we have. And we have more than 3 doors, the only example of 3 doors into such living lab. Yeah. The first one, Campus Connect, is a workshops, the first contact. Right now, more than 5,000 students across dozen at the universities. The second one, WordPress credits. And the next pitch will be about WordPress credits, if I could remember. So Ivanka will tell you a little bit more about it. And the third one, scientific student clubs. It's the permanent community on campus for the whole year. So it's 3 different doors, 1 idea. Don't study the work, just do the work. And now, yeah, maybe not one of the most important thing. Yeah, who learned this? Yeah. It's not the only computer scientist. Yeah, sorry, I can see that there is a small mistake. After the speech, I will be killed by people after sociology and human studies. Now, it doesn't mean that all of them cannot only translate the documentation, the software. Just, I didn't replace the text, sorry. But, you know, other people, not only computer scientists, can be just a member of the society, yeah? Can have their own contribution in translating software, in working, managing communities, yeah? Learns how a team really works, in writing the documentation, learning how to communicate in a complex way. So there are skills that automation cannot touch. AI will, of course, generate the code, but will not generate the trust for people. Trust inside a team scattered across the whole world. That we have to build ourselves. Shortly, I would like to show you that's not only the WordPress, yeah, because in the European Union we have something like European Universities Alliances. It's not one ecosystem that we have WordPress. Yeah, it's the same way that goes the entire European Union. Different countries join into one shared campus. Campus of the future. So where we can create together knowledge, build teams around, and face real challenges. of course, my university is also a member of such alliance. Another example is the idea that we are calling Campus Connect. It's an idea from WordPress. WordPress program that is run by WordPress community, by this community in Uganda. So more than 1,000 students were able to teach, to cooperate together in Uganda. Yeah? And it happened despite everything. The problems with infrastructure, strikes, etc. So as you can see, it's not just government, it's not just money. The most important, the most powerful part are people. Okay, and two last slides here. You remember that at the very beginning I promised that we could, that we'll back some to something, yeah? So here is it. Probably all of you know the story about Alfred Nobel that invented TNT. Yeah, this is the same substance. Yeah, by TNT we were able to drill tunnels, yeah, build canals. Right now we have our new TNT. Of course, it's AI. So it's on us how we'll use it, in which direction it will go. And the question, of course, it's not which technology should we teach next. The question is in which ecosystem should our students grow. You can see some examples here. Yeah. From my perspective as a teacher at the Kraków University of Technology, one of such ways is the collaboration that we have with WordPress, where our students can work together on this international project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank
it's
you.
A gift for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, everyone. Daniel will probably be around here if you have further questions for him. We have about 10 or 15 minutes break now before the next session. So go grab a coffee, go mingle, and then figure out where you're going to go next. Yay, big round of applause. Yes, thank you. earbuds by going to that QR code. And the session will run about a half an hour, and then we'll have another 15-minute break before the next session. So welcome everyone to track 2. I hope you all are having fun, and you've had a chance to visit all the booths. It's a great morning here in track 2. We've got a bunch of education talks. I'm excited about this next one to learn about WP credits and really find out what's going on with that. So welcome. What can I tell you? Ivana is known as the best chef in the WordPress ecosystem, so that's one of her other skills, and a frequent speaker, yes. And is going to tell us all about this WP Credits program. So give a big warm welcome to Ivana Sirkovic.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah, as Adam mentioned, outside WordPress, I'm a person known to be the best cooking chef, unlike some other people in the public sitting this morning. So thanks for that. I'm here today, as you all are, to talk with you about WordPress Credits Initiative, something that was rolled out by the end of last year in December. And WordPress Credits is a program that is often described as a way for students to learn more about WordPress by contributing. But I'm here to talk a bit more about it, to possibly influence you to become a part of this, because it's not just about students learning to do WordPress. It's about creating better and bigger WordPress community and WordPress core itself. So I would like to start with the problems that nobody talks about, that are very much existing today, and that is something that WordPress Credits Initiative can tackle and possibly solve. Starting with the agencies, they struggle to find juniors who actually work, juniors that don't say we do the work, but they actually do and perform that work that is meaningful. They show up, they know how to gain feedback, how to respond to it professionally, and basically are less intimidated to work within the agency. Students who are studying web design, development, they often finish without having that real, actual, practical work. So they are not maybe the best equipped for the job market today that exists outside the classroom and in the secure environment. And universities have a problem that they want to teach something modern, something that is desirable on today's market, but they have outdated curriculum, so they struggle to gain new students each year that comes. So WordPress Credits is one of the initiatives that can connect all this into one joint resolution of those 3 problems. But before I tackle that, I wanted to just quickly go through what people think what WordPress Credits is. And yeah, there aren't that much people here in the audience, but still I want to ask you, how many of you knows what WordPress Credits is? Like very, very few. So thank you for being here. WordPress Credits is basically, this is the general idea and answer I've got from people talking with them throughout months and even these days at WordCamp Europe. Like, students learn WordPress by contributing to the community. Yes, that is true. But also, there is a difference between learning WordPress and becoming part of it through actual contribution that consists of doing what we did at Contributor Day. Every time a student goes into the program, they need to choose what section of WordPress they want to contribute in and get joined to work with mentors and peers on specific real-time problems. So everything that we did at Contributors Day, they are doing in the duration 3 to 6 months in order to get certification and to get passed grade in their universities. So how that was like a short answer. How does WordPress credits works? So the point of contact is universities talk to WordPress Foundation. They get connected, sign the deal, and then have dedicated students that enter the program to choose what section of WordPress they want to contribute in, to learn more about it. Throughout that process, they are onboarded. They have, in their own pace, courses that they need to pass, and to open their blog, to write regularly about their achievement, about their progress. And all that, of course, is happening remotely. It's happening through WordPress.org, so every contribution is noted and is transparently visible there for everyone to see. And of course, they are using Slack to like communicate better and to have like weekly meetings with mentors. So by doing that, they are getting pretty much equipped to today's modern job market, and they are in that way more desirable employees once they finish that, which is also good for university as well, because then universities are providing something actually tangible and usable for today's job market. And everything happens in secure environment with mentors, with people who know what they are doing, who are there to guide them through each step of the process. But as I mentioned, there is a bigger picture there. So it's not just students learning about WordPress and WordPress getting bigger out of it, having more contributing teams and whatnot. It's like we are now in the intersection of solving those three problems from the earlier. So by having us all in, both students and universities and us businesses, supporting this initiative and any other that came, we can really move the needle and create better environment, create more opportunities for young people to step in, because WordPress is maturing and we need new people, fresh blood, to come in a way that will matter to them. So the bigger picture here, that issue that the people still don't know, is something that I wanted to challenge here today. Yes, my talk was initially like what it means to be a part of this, as I'm one of the mentors, but I see throughout working inside the bigger picture that we can really, by joining our hands even better, change things for the better, starting with students and what they actually are gaining here. So by participating, yes, they will learn WordPress, but also they will learn professional culture, how to speak within a team, how to get feedback and engage with it in a meaningful, professional way, not to snap out. They will learn to use all these remote tools that we use. They will learn soft skills that are transferable throughout any industry, and they will learn how to be better employees, all while still being in universities, and that once they graduate, that is their benefit and add-on, and that's what makes them desirable employees. Universities, they get like first-hand connection to the industry that is industry we all work in, that is ever-changing and that is always on trend. So that outdated curriculums becomes part of the past, because now they have something tangible, something usable, and something that makes them desirable universities. So they have an upper hand for new generations that can then join them and not someone else. On top of that, they get also real feedback from the foundation in terms whether what they teach at universities is up to date, is it aligned well with what young people want, and they have then students that they can show off as a good examples how they succeed once they finish their universities. As far as businesses, so this is something that wasn't maybe talked much about or pointed out. Businesses who get to support WordPress credits, who are there either by sharing information about it or by actively participating through having mentors, supporting through their products, they get a part of saying into what shapes those students and how much marketable they get. On the other hand, they get the chance to pick and choose next juniors within their companies because they see their contribution, they see how they work in real environments. And that's an add-on benefit that we don't talk enough about. And they get to influence those next generation to make them better juniors, better professionals. So while preparing for this talk, there was a few months ago another conference where Mary Hubbard was keynote speaker, and she pointed out an amazing fact, information, that really struck to my mind, and I wanted to share that with you. So this number is not here to impress you or to like challenge you, but it is like to remind you. This is what she said at Web Atherim Summit just this April. There are 700,000 open roles in WordPress ecosystem today. Huge opportunities. So the opportunities really exist. The people are there. And we need a way to connect those people with those opportunities. WordPress Credits Initiative is one of the ways that can be joined together and those jobs can be filled. So instead of like chasing where to find people, you can use people who are already within WordPress Credits program that are university students, that are newly graduates, that are doing work that you want them to do, and by participating in that, by seeing how they work, you can pick and choose and fill these roles within them. So, like, WordPress Credits Initiative creates those opportunities, those connections that are meaningful for students, for universities, and for businesses, for web agencies, for development agencies, to really gain much needed help in a way that matters. So students, by participating, they get real experience, they get opportunities to connect with all of us here, either through mentorships or with working with us. University has improved industry standards, they are improving their outdated curriculums, and then us as businesses, we don't have to lose time in searching the next best candidate. Maybe the next best candidate is already here within WordPress Credits program. And this is the initiative that is fairly new, we just started, and is intended to be all across the world. So by you attending today, after this talk, tomorrow when you go back to your country, your state, you can talk to the local universities, you can pitch them the idea, and just be the bridge connection between universities and WordPress Foundation to make that first step towards making this happen in your country, in your state. So, and not to just make it about something abstractly and just theoretically, I wanted to share what this means in person and in practice. But before that, like why this matters beyond WordPress. Initially, when I started, I've seen the vision. Yes, I've been a part of community since 2015, and for 11 years, the faces I'm seeing are pretty much the same. We all know each other. We became friends. We are very good with each other. But there are few new people. We need new people. And by doing WordPress Credits Initiative, this is one way to get those new people. But in order for them to be attracted to WordPress, we need to market it in a way that is bigger than WordPress. Because youngs today, they really don't care about this environment or any other the way we do. So why this matters beyond WordPress? Inside this initiative, people learn to collaborate. Yes, they learn to be accountable for what they do. They learn desirable soft skills. They learn how to work in public, to work in teams while they are still studying, so that will make them more marketable. And they learn how to respond and react to real feedback. All valid, all important for WordPress, but moreover, that is something that nobody can take away from them. That is something that is transferable to any workspace, any team, any job outside WordPress as well. So when we have all these three sides, students, universities, and businesses together, because we need businesses if we want to grow this initiative, then the whole ecosystem has good, solid ground to build upon, and then we can get better, and then we can get more people into this industry. So taking back to what showing up looks like in practice, mentorship. This is something few weeks ago at WordCamp Slovenia, Izota Pera was one of the speakers, one of the organizers of WordPress Credits program, and she said that the initiative needs more people mentoring because we are getting more and more students, so we need more people that are available to help and guide those students in. I'm one of the mentors, luckily sponsored by the company I work with, WP Bakery. So that was our first step into joining and supporting this initiative, because we truly believe that education is a way to go forward, not just in the bringing new people, but collectively, we as businesses grow better when we educate our users, our prospects, and by joining this initiative, this is one way to do so. The next step that we did, we went before, like add-on to that, was through our head of product, Raitis Ševelis' decision, we donated 100 licenses of WP Bakery Page Builder plugin for students to use to build their websites, to build their pages on blog, so they can really learn to implement tools that will be helpful for them in the future. So if you are considering taking a part of being a mentor, this is a way to go to really actively participate as human first, and then back it up with your product or other way of sponsoring and supporting. And then in addition to that, we became sponsor of a student and his world entering into WordCamps. So we sponsored him going on WordCamp Asia and now in WordCamp Europe. Moreover than that, we were very supportive of him and his journey into WordPress, because he's not just a regular student, he's a young man who has his thesis defended just a couple days ago on actively participating in WordCamps. So instead of me talking about it, I would like to invite Kenny to the stage to share his experience of WordPress and WordCamp Europe. Yeah, you can use this mic.
So, thank you, Ivana, for inviting me to this stage to share my experience with the WordPress credit program. So, hello everyone, my name is Kenny James. I am originally from India. I just completed my studies from Riga Nordic University in Latvia. So my journey with WordPress started in my final year of study. So in the final year, we had a subject called digital marketing, and the task for that subject was to create a website. And WB Bakery has given us the free license for the page builder. So as I said, I was not from the technical background. So for students like me, it was very easy to build the website. So that's how I get to know about WordPress. And later, Matt from the Education Initiative visited our university, and introduced me as about the WordPress credit program. And then later, I enrolled for that program. And in my final semester, so I had to choose my topic for my thesis. So together with my supervisor, Raitis Ševelis, we was discussing about the topic, and we came to the conclusion that we could take a topic related to WordPress and WordCamp. That's how I chose my topic, and my topic was how can we increase the participants of WordCamp Europe by implementing a strategic stakeholder framework and by integrating tourism activities. So it was, the thesis was focused on better engagement of stakeholders and and to integrate tourism activities like partnership with tourism, government tourist sectors and tourism stakeholders. So later during my semester, I mean, what impressed me most during my my thesis was the support which I get from the community members. All the community members took part in my surveys, in my interviews, and they shared the insights which they have, which made my thesis successful. I'm proud to say that last Tuesday, I've successfully defended my thesis, and I've got the highest possible grade with 10 out of 10 with distinction. And thank you. Thank you very much. So for me, this achievement is not just academic one. It shows how the reflection of collaboration and the supportive community members can effectively give a contribution to the student's life. Also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to WB Bakery for sponsoring my WordCamp trips to both Asia and to Europe, which made my thesis much more effective. I could get the hands-on experience of the community engagement and to continue my research. And looking back, it was just started as just as a simple university assignment, and to later to the research and participating in WordCamps, and now to the stage. I feel immensely grateful for that. And I am always grateful that I hope I can contribute to the community much more effectively in the future. And yeah, thank you so much for giving the opportunity for sharing my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you. Yeah, great. So, yeah, I don't know about you, but I always get goosebumps because for me, it only takes one person to get involved, to inspire another person, and something that started as a pilot project, as a simple thing, transpired to be something much bigger than all of us here. So he's just finished his thesis. He will stay in the WordPress community, and I'm sure that you will do great things with it. So this was like basically a soft pitch of, inspiring soft pitch of asking you to join the initiative, because you now have all the necessary information to get that first step. And if you are a business considering joining, supporting this, just know this, like to onboard a new junior member, you need like 3 to 6 months, a lot of time, energy, and money to teach that person to do what you want them to do. Instead of doing that, you can support initiative and get to pick and choose the next junior and spend weeks instead of months training them, because they will already be working half of the things that you want them to do. So I thank you for this talk. This is me, Ivana Čirković, marketing specialist in WP Bakery and digital marketing strategist and mentor of this great initiative, WordPress Credits Program. And for this, I thank you for staying here, listening to me and Kenny. And it's time for your questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ivana. There's a couple of microphones. If people have questions, there's a microphone here, there's a microphone up there. People have questions, please come up to the microphone so we can get your questions on the...
Or should I just pick and choose who I want? Like in school.
That works too.
If you don't have any questions now, you can find me in the hallways by the WP Bakery booth or at lunch. I will be here all day, so thank you again.
All right. Big round of applause for Ivana.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
All right. We have time for another 15-minute break before the next talk, so go find some coffee, a little snack, figure out where you're going next. Welcome, everyone. I'm Adam. I'm a WordPress core contributor. Spend a lot of my time tinkering around in WordPress code, but it's great to be here with all of you. Is this microphone working? I think so. Yeah, here we are at WordCamp Europe, day 2. I hope everyone's having a great time. Woo! Yes. All right. And this whole track has been dedicated to education, which is pretty amazing to have a whole block like this, all about education. We just learned about the WP Credits program. And now we are going to hear about AI tutors built on top of WordPress, which sounds amazing to me. So I hope you are all excited to hear this next talk. And we'll have about 30 minutes of speaking. If the speaker ends early, we'll have a moment for some questions. And then after that, there's a 15-minute break, and then we'll have the panel out here to keep talking about education in WordPress. So, without further ado, let me introduce Jörg Pareges. I tried.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you all for being here. It's a true honor. Jörg Pareges is my name, and I'm working at the university in Sweden, Karlstad University in Sweden, a mid-sized university, and we're going to share a little bit about the work we're doing there. I know not everyone is super hyped up about AI, but there I will go through why and how we can use it properly and digital sovereign. So yes, and I'm gonna responsible for doing the slide change as well, of course. It's the first time for me being at a WordCamp, so it's very exciting to start as a speaker. And it's yeah, we talked before here. I'm not sure if I would consider myself as a part of the community just yet, but we've been certainly a full-time user and a proponent of WordPress. We have at Karlstad University in Sweden for more than 10 years several WordPress multi-sites where our students and our staff can just log in with their single sign login and their regular login to WordPress and create their instances where they're admins on their blogs. So this is pretty exciting. We're a big fan, and everything open, really. Open source, open science, open education is very dear to me and my team. I'm standing here, but like it's really this work I'm presenting here, as I posted on LinkedIn previously, is really the work of Hossein Erfani, which sits first row here. Hossein, if you could. So if you have technical questions, go directly to Hossein. If you have other questions about why we do this and why it is good for, please come to me anyway. But I'm for big, deep tech questions, I'm not. I know some basic stuff. So just quickly about Karlstad University. We are in the middle of Sweden, in the middle of nowhere, if you're facing reality. This is why we have a lot of online education. We are, if you want to put it nicely, then in a marketing communication term, then we're in the triangle of Oslo, the capital of Norway, Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, and Gothenburg, so right in the center there. But to be honest, as I said, we have to go to our students instead of all of them coming to us. So these numbers here, which you see, half of our students being online students, was even true before the pandemic. So we have a long experience about doing online education, pedagogically sound. This is why digital tools are very important, obviously, for catering this. And as many of our universities in Sweden, mostly all of them, we have been working with learning management systems for a long time, for the last 6 years, with Canvas. Which is great because we can build a lot of on top of it, as you'll see shortly. But we have 900 courses at our universities, roughly. And the LMS is working, and this is true for all LMSs really, I would say, like Moodle or your local adaptations of the different tools. They work for 90% of our teachers and their students and courses mainly. So in our case, 90 or 10% where the LMS is not good enough, is like 90 courses, 90 teachers, a lot more students, close to the thousands, where the teachers and the students do not get what they're supposed to have. So as of this, a lot of educational technologists around the world, mainly in the North Americans, I'd say, use WordPress as a complement to the LMS. And this is what we've done for a long time. Big shout out to Alan Levine with Splot CA, really setting the tone. Us and a colleague, Tom Woodward, also a big shout out. We're building small tools where, and lately at our university, like Hossein and we would meet a teacher and then they would say like, I need this little tool, can you do this? And then we say, yeah, we can. And then we ask, when do you need it? Next week. This is usually the turnaround time when they come to this. So building on WordPress multi-sites with some extra plugins is working very nicely for us. And we've been doing this for a good 10 years now. I've presented this last year at the Media and Learning Conference in Belgium. So yeah, and we are here really, and we were there and to meet other universities. So I was very happy to hear like the local technical university speaking about their university, about their experience and about WP program, credits program also. So this is a little bit of a background, right? Now for the AI part, and so we built. This is one, it's a little bit bigger than the usual Splots we did. and lately we're building bigger and production stuff more than for the entire university. And but now, like the latest, and I think we will put a lot of more energy in the in the months and years to come on this, because this could really help our students for their learning. We know from research from the 1984 that one-on-one tutoring beats everything for learning, right? If you have one teacher tutoring one student, then a lot of learning is taking place. That's not so weird. Unfortunately, our societies around the globe do not cater for this. We don't put the money there. We say, oh, you have a course, you have 150, 250, 1,000 students in your first semester, first term courses, right? And then learning is a little bit different then for the students. And you know the setting, it's a little bit like this, a teacher standing here at the scene, talks at an audience, which is maybe listening, maybe checking their social media or doing other stuff, if they're coming to the university at all. So this is the day-to-day realities in universities around the world. Some are more fortunate, have more money, can cater better ratio between students and teachers or researchers, but many of our colleagues out there, like they have a lot of students in their courses and they cannot do one-on-one feedback all the time. So what has this to do with AI? Well, since the chatbots coming into this place, there's this renewed idea and hype, or now that that's like we can really have conversations which are adaptive and with something which is really knowledgeable. Could this be something, if we design them, the chatbots pedagogically sound? Could this be something to do? Yeah, to get closer to this one-on-one tutoring. And it turns out, from some evidence, depending on how you implement this chatbots, yes, there is better learning taking place from the students, right? But how exactly, under which prompting and which circumstances, this is not really crystal clear yet, but there is plenty of evidence under the right designs. This is good, conducive for learning for the students. And this is, of course, when a lot of the financial resources go now to other industries than higher education, very interesting for us. To can scale it, get better retention from our students, and making this teacher time more than also in the classroom, giving feedback human to human with the AI tutor as a complement. That's the idea. And the basic idea how to do this then is, if you're familiar with GPTs at OpenAI, then you know that you can save your own little chatbots and have them share them with others or have them later. This is basically the idea behind this, and we are definitely not the first one. The biggest one and most common one probably is from the University of Sydney. Very nice system. And there's plenty of others out there. We looked at a few, and multiple open source tools as well, but many of them, if not all of them, they're building their systems which are not digital sovereign from a European perspective, at least. And since Greenland, this is even a renewed interest in Europe. And if you're aware of these discussions or concerns, then during this week, the European Commission came out with their roadmap where we would like to be in Europe. And I think this is a good way. So when we started building this, I was the head of the university library, and I thought, like, when we're building new technology like this from ground maybe and want to experiment with student data, doing research on this, we don't want to send student data anywhere, really. So we would like to, definitely not outside the country, so we would like to do this locally in Sweden. And this, yeah, thank you very much. So this is the idea, and we want to do this experience for the students. Is very important to have. They are in the learning management system. In our case, in Canvas, they are there on a daily basis. The teachers are there as well. They don't want to have another system. Everyone is tired of new systems. So we want to do the goal setting for us. So we have to do it inside Canvas, that no one understands they're leaving the system. And luckily, we realized, or Hossein probably realized, and came to me, I think we can do this by ourselves. And I said, okay then, go and do it. And then in the beginning of the year, Hossein came back and told me, well, I've done it. And this is how we did it. So we have Canvas, open source, very well documented, REST API, and great prerequisites to build something on it. So this was one of the basic requirements to do this. Then Canvas, like many other learning management systems and other tools, are catered and adhere to a standard in learning technology, LTI. And this is like a technical standard for educational tools. If you're not familiar with it, there's plenty of evidence or documentation out there. So, and the LTI Advantage standard makes it enables us to connect the Canvas learning management system or other LMS like Moodle to other tools you build. In this case, we set up a new WordPress multi-site so that the students would in fact log into to Canvas, to the LMS, but they don't need to log in another system. The LTI connector keeps track of which role the students, the user has, which rights they have. They don't need to log into the WordPress multi-site again, and the two systems talk to each other back and forth. And I will demonstrate this in a second. So this is the big, large building block. And then the last building block is the LLM, the inference infrastructure. In our case, we have a Swedish provider which is very strong in the open source scene in Sweden, and they set up an infrastructure where they built in, where they bought GPUs and have a Kubernetes framework where they provide a set of open weights, large language models, where we have API endpoints to where we can have the inference running. So this is kind of the setup, the pieces of the puzzle which Hossein pieced together. And then we put in a system prompt for the entire system where we make it pedagogical sound, set the right context, and then each teacher can then customize this to their course within the LMS. And then we use the basic design of this concept is also that we use RAG, retrieval augmented generation, where the teachers can upload their own course material or their open educational resources, and to make the prompts even better and less hallucination. So this is the setup. This is how it looks in practice. This is the view when. So if you're not familiar, this is how Canvas looks like in general, and the yellow color is from our university. So on the lower left-hand side here, you would see then now as a teacher, that there's this Cow AI tutor. Cow is short for Karlsruhe University. And they will see then, it's not set up, because we want to do this, promote this responsibly. Only teachers should be using this, who got an introduction, and we're just like in a pilot phase still. So we just don't open it up for all our teachers. But they will get this message that it's not set up, and then they would send a request, and this will go then, and this you see this is a private page on one of the blogs where we receive, or one of our team members in this case, Hossein, receives now in a dashboard. There's a new request coming in, and we just click on the button to accept it. And then if the teacher refreshes it, the Canvas page, it looks like this then after a second. And this process of setting up the customized AI tutor then is really a 3-step process. In the 4th step, they can preview it then before they send it out to their students. So, and it's very easily, in the first step, you would select your course materials, which you already most teachers have in their Canvas course from the previous iteration, or they upload new stuff. So it's neatly integrated here and building on the stuff which is already there. No teacher needs to upload yet the same document another time. So this is really appreciated by our every click helps here, also for our teachers. So this is appreciated. Then in the second step, they would define how the tutor should behave. Like, is there anything particular in the course? We have a lot of nursing students. So maybe you want to just have a simulation-based tutor. Then you set it up in a different way instead of going through some particular learning concept in maths or other theory. So our colleagues, the teachers, can customize this, save it, and then also have like in Sweden and many, in all European countries really, but also globally, we work with course syllabi, where learning outcomes are already documented before we start the course. The course description is in place, and how this course is examined. This is usually a 1 or 2 page A4 description of what the course is about. So we can integrate this here easily as well. We're working on this to even do this automatically, but this is in a further iteration. But here you can just quickly align to the course documents, or maybe just want to focus on a certain part of the course. And then once the teachers are ready, then they would go through and maybe have a little test run, and then they send it to the students, so to speak, just by a click. And then the students here, they would see this interface. this interface is maybe not approved by our UX designer Julia yet, but which is also in the crowd. So, but we will work on this. This is the prototype we are having, and this is the workflow. If you want to read more about it, we have a conference paper out. And you see the slide, and later you get the link there. So we have it documented also. Just a shout out also, and a word about if you're thinking about a digital sovereign inference system for your work, and then this is the company we work with in Sweden. But I just want to give a shout out also for a lot of Europeans in the crowd, I think, and small business owners maybe. The EU Commission does a pretty good thing in building AI factories around Europe. And this is the Swedish one, MIMA, and there's in nearly all European countries can collaborate with an AI factory, a big data center with a lot of GPUs, which where you can get free tokens on locally based language models, digital sovereign infrastructure, which is and they are very generous. I had a meeting with the Swedish one on Wednesday, and you can get tokens worth of up to, like, as a small business in Sweden at least, and I think this is will be the case for all European countries, like up to like 50,000 euros. For training, fine-tuning models. So this is really opportunity, I thought, even if you're not interested in AI tutors, this might be of interest for you anyway. So there is a European Commission page on where you find the setup and description about the AI factories in Europe. Maybe that could be interest of you. Yes, so that was just that on that part of the infrastructure. Coming to the end, and our next step with our little project here is that we are pilot testing this now and continue to do this during the summer and autumn. And I just recently got back to my assistant professorship at the business school, so I have a lot of time now for doing research on this, not only user testing in general sense, but also like research projects to really see and know and learn under which circumstances this is good. So we can roll this out to more universities, so more students learn easier, better, and not using other tools just as crutches and for cognitive offloading. It's a big problem for us in schools, in universities around the world. So this is really important project. So, and this is all an invitation of us coming here, of course, and being part of this. We would like to collaborate more with more universities, others interested in this field. So we would like to, like our small team would like to put the code out there and collaborate this. Unfortunately, there's some legal unclear situation or not the same desire at the management level at our university maybe. So this is a little bit tricky yet. We're working on this. Yeah, and the other way to make this more available to others would be commercialization, which we're also considering then in that case, or maybe in both cases. So we're going next week to the TNC 26, which is the National Research and Education Network Conference, and doing the same presentation, hoping to connect like, these guys with other universities, us having heard their colleagues from CERN, they have pretty high credibility in our sector as the research institute in Europe probably, or one of the ones. So hoping to continue this conversation right now with questions, or when I leave the stage at the coffee with Hossein, with Julia. get in touch. This takes you to a little page here, this QR code with the link underneath there on the lower left-hand side to one of our blogs at our WordPress multi-site, which we call Sula, the sun, where is the little web form. The data doesn't leave the university. All is locally stored at our IT servers and our university. But yeah, get in touch here. In some other forms, I leave a pretty large digital footprint in different social media channels. So yeah, it would be nice to continue the, or no, not continue the conversation, because this was not a monologue here. But like, I would love to hear what you make out of this and where you see connections. So thank you very much. It was a true honor to be here. Thanks for my team, everyone involved, and thanks for being here. So yeah, big thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jörg. We do have a few minutes left for questions. If people have questions, there's microphones. Just come up if you want to ask questions. Anyone? Don't be shy.
Or scream and we will repeat the question maybe. No?
There's a question up there.
Yeah, scream and we repeat the question.
What kind of questions are you
Wait.
able to ask the tutor, the AI tutor, that gives them more of that one-to-one?
Yeah.
See that dialogue happening.
Yeah, so like there's some frameworks for this.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sorry. So what? I said I would do it, and I'm not doing it. I'm so excited to get a question here. So the question was, what kind of questions and conversations we expect from the student side, if I understood the question right. So yeah, it's like you can imagine in a course with 200 students, right? And they're supposed to learn a new concept about PHP development or like some kind of stuff. All university courses around the world, usually they said you need to have these and these requirements before coming into the courses. But this in reality, this is, we don't know what the students know before. So one of the things could be like, here are some basic concepts which we're not gonna talk about. But we can, it's usually basic concepts. The general purpose LLMs know this stuff and don't hallucinate usually about this stuff. They could have conversation about previous required knowledge, for instance. That's one of the use cases we expect. And one of the good things, what I forgot to mention, with this setup, which I presented, the idea is to keep the teacher in the loop. It's fully anonymous. A teacher doesn't see which student asks which questions, but this teacher will see the questions. So that we get, as a teachers, get an idea, what did they do not were brave enough maybe or were not attending the session, have questions about, which we do not see, which usually don't work in discussion boards either. Like so, which questions they're having, which the teachers would get access to, so to speak. Thank you.
Another question here. Yeah.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Did you consider using other LMS, WordPress LMS like LearnPress, LearnDash, Sensei, for example, or even Moodle? And if yes, why did you choose Canvas?
Yeah, so the process of choosing LMS in a university in Sweden is public procurement. And in Sweden, it's done sector-wide. Our NREN, our Research and Education Network, the SUNET in our case, they do public procurement for basically all of the universities. And our universities can then buy this from within this tender. So in our university, there's no option to have teachers can do it by themselves. But Canvas is given, in Sweden at least, pretty much. So then there's not an idea to have another LMS, WordPress-based LMS maybe, but we're using, as I mentioned, the capabilities, REST APIs and LTI connector to integrate WordPress in our existing LMS. This is the design architecture and rationale behind it. Thank you for your question.
Great. I think that wraps us up. Another big round of applause for Jörg, please. And this is a
Thank you
gift
so
for
much. Thank you, Adam.
you.
Thanks.
All right, we have a 15-minute break before the next session, which is going to be a panel continuing on the education topic.
Oh, no.
So go get some coffee, go mingle, and come back here in 15 minutes. QR for translations. If you want to use the live translation service, scan that now before it disappears. Hi, everyone. I'm Adam. I'm here emceeing this room. It's great to see you all. I hope everyone's having fun at WordCamp. We're going to have a great panel here about rethinking learning in WordPress. We've had some really interesting talks about education in WordPress this morning in this room. I want to remind everyone we'll have time for questions at the end of the session. And after this session, we will all be going out to take the group photo. That's happening at noon. Don't miss the group photo. It's happening right in front of the building, right where we entered the building. Right outside there is where the group photo will take place. So here we are, ready for the panel. I'm very excited to introduce our panel moderator, Benjamin. Come on out, Benjamin.
Hello.
And then Mary Hubbard here. Come on out, Mary.
Hey.
See if I get this in the right order. And next we have Rade. Rade. And Natalia. Here they come. And last but not least, Klaus. All right, take it away, Benjamin.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining for the panel, Rethinking Learning in WordPress. I will start with a number. Most half on the internet runs on WordPress. But if you are new, it can still impossible to get in. So we built a lot around it. Courses, programs, and now a new paid certification. Today, our panelists will tell you honestly if it's working, and some of them will not agree maybe. So today, we will ask the hard questions. Are we really making WordPress easier to learn or to building more around it? At the end of this panel, you can ask your questions. Please keep your questions ready, and I will let you know when we start. I want to introduce the panelists for today. So, Mary, we will start with you. She is the executive director of WordPress and lead their project. And I have a question directly to you, Mary. Why is learning so important for you?
I mean, everything I do comes down to learning, right? I think if you look at the project and where we've come, where we are today, there's a lot of different pieces. There's WordPress that is going through a massive amount of change with just our technological changes that we're seeing in society, and current contributors can do and learn and teach. You have students entering a new, the new world with jobs, and WordPress has the opportunity to teach and bring them up. And when we learn and teach and mentor, it brings all of WordPress up. So if we start to see, I think a lot of the concerns that I had heard when I first came on was that we have a lot of maintainers under stress. We have a lot of contributors who are burning out. And we have a lot of people that need more support and more help. And we also have a lot of jobs that are open, and they want help. Like they want students want help finding jobs. We have contributors that want help finding jobs as well, and really creating that, I guess, like ecosystem, like lifting that ecosystem up. And so the one way to attack that is by teaching and educating and passing on to the next generation and mentoring those people. And I think when that's done effectively, like we bring everybody up. And I think that's really important for the project, to bring new eyes, to train the next generation. And I think it's really important to start connecting what we do within WordPress to outside. I heard a lot about inside baseball versus outside baseball, and I always think about that as well. So it's very important to me, and I think it's very important to the project for the next generation and for its sustainability.
And to get more contributors, it's also important then to introduce them, to get involved more and to feel good.
Yeah, I think it's contribution, it's teaching, and I think you learn more when you train or when you teach, right? So you become more of an expert as you do, and so it's also giving people who have been here and shown up forever, who are experts around here. It's also giving them opportunities to to learn something new or learn more or get a different perspective. So it really does change the dynamic.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So our next panelist is Rade, and he is from the WordPress training team. So Rade, how did you find WordPress, and why do you love teaching it?
Great question. By accident, I was using something else, and in that moment, everyone in my near me talked about WordPress, so I decided to try. And after that, I fell in love with WordPress. I love to speak. I love to talk to people. I like to transfer my knowledge to others. From my early days in school, I was like that. So that's the reason why I decided to, on every step of my professional way and my educational way, I teach someone. I try to make someone happy by teaching him to learn something new. Because, you know, when you read a book, and you can also say read the documentation or tutorial, you find something completely different. And most of the people reading documentation, although all the things there are straight, are like a recipe for how to do something, many people will take those things in different ways. They will learn in different ways, and they will be in different phases. So it's our job to help them find their way. We will not make our way the best way. We will just help them to learn something, to grow. Because, as Mary said, you are feeling better when you give to someone something than when you get. Because when you get, it's that feeling is not lasting long. But when you give something to someone and you see that they are happy, that they are different, you changed some lives in different ways, then you are happy also. So that's the best thing.
Thank you so much. And also, it's important, if you're a mentor, you are motivating to learn also and to teach others from your learning.
Yes,
and that is an important thing.
Yes, important thing in the WordPress community is, as you said, I am in training team. I'm one of the team reps for the next year or two. But every team inside of WordPress is a mentor-student team. It's a team where you teach someone to do something, and also you learn new things. So every team inside of WordPress can be used for teaching and also for learning, not just the training team. But we are just oriented on creating content for learning.
Thank you so much. Then the next panelist is Natalia. She works in the startup world here in Kraków, and she joined WordPress about a year ago. That's right?
Yeah.
So, Natalia, how was your first year? Tell us.
Okay. Honestly, my first year was crazy because I started some different tech projects, and to the other side, I see the local team who was preparing to WordCamp Europe, and for me, it was very interesting because when I wonder about the WordPress community, I always think that it's only for WordPress developer and nothing more. But when I see a variety of people there, a lot of people who want to help me, I see that if I'm not a WordPress developer or something like that, I also can fit to that environment, especially if I think I also can see me and my skills in that, because I am a project manager and I'm more in operation things. So I see I also can give something to this community, and for me it's the most value in that community at all.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So, and the last panelist, but not least, is Klaus. Klaus comes from the enterprise software and helped build the new WordPress certification program. Klaus, tell us, what brought you to WordPress?
Yeah, I had a kind of a roundabout story to get to WordPress. So I started in PHP development around 2000, and I think I did what was a rite of passage then, around the early 2000s, where every PHP developer kind of wrote a CMS before figuring out that that was a crazy thing to do. I then ended up working for large companies doing enterprisey stuff with roomfuls of developers and working on large code bases and massive kind of spaghetti, impossibly unmaintainable website code bases. And then it was around 2016, I got a call from my friend Jegor Zielkowski over there, who said, there's this job going automatic, go for it, and I think you'd be good at it. And this was in the enterprise division of Automatic, as an account manager working with enterprise companies. And the thing that I was so passionate about was, having come from this world where development was crazy, unmaintainable code mess applications, duplication, scaling challenges, I saw with WordPress there was a way to do this in a wonderfully kind of standard way that scaled, that just worked, that had code bases that would be maintainable 5 years on, 10 years on, and ready for change. And that's how I found my way to WordPress. And before that, I was using it for personal side projects. And then the last year, I've switched into the education space, helping bring the first certification to life.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So now we introduced all panelists, and we will start with the first question. 10 years ago, you learned WordPress in a forum or did the research on Google and find solutions to learn. Today, we have courses, books, everything. So, and we have other ways. But my question is that better? That was the old way, because now we have AI and other things. Is this better, the old way, or the new way, what we have with AI and other stuff? What you say? It's the old way to do the research and to find in forums or other places their learning methods. Mary, you can start maybe if you want.
And I don't know if there's necessarily a good or a bad way to learn. I think that we're all different types of learners. I think that what I find so interesting and intriguing about what WordPress is doing today with learning is where we are as a society with technology, right? Every generation goes or has some sort of societal technological shift. You had electricity, railroads, the internet, and now we have AI. I don't think that society has decided on which direction that it's headed. However, I do think that one of the things that make learning and this generation so good at like learning and attracting or even understanding is how we tinker and how we play. If you look at millennials specifically and the technological shifts that they have seen just in their lifetime when they were coming from adolescence into their early careers, think about cell phones or the age of the internet and when you started using the internet versus where you are today with the internet, or your first cell phone to your iPhone in your pocket. What made people learn and adapt so quickly is they played with it. Mm-hmm. They got in, they did it, and it was the adaptability. And AI is going to be very similar. Because society doesn't know where we're going, there's going to be a lot of products that rise and fall. And so it is going to be your curiosity and your adaptability to that shift and to that change. And education is the same. Like, you can give me something to read, and I'm not going to read it. I think we experienced that for this panel. I didn't read anything, right? But if you talk to me about it, and we're one-on-one, that's where I do most of my thinking and most of my learning, because I'm a really good, I can grasp things very quickly. And we need to give that opportunity to anybody who comes to WordPress. We are all unique, just like, everybody is unique. Exactly, yeah. And so we need to think about that. So I don't think that there's a good or a bad, but I do think that if I hit WordPress.org and I see a ton of documentation, I ping my team, give me the gist, tell me this, what can I play with, what can I do? But with AI, and I'm in there, and I'm debugging, and I'm moving, and I'm failing consistently, and consistently it teaches me the perseverance, right? It teaches me where certain code might live. It teaches me what good design is, maybe taste, right? And that's important to me and how I learn, and it makes me interested.
Yeah. Like me, I also say trying by doing to see it works. I learn from their mistakes and do it the next time better. And that is more people said, I need a checklist, or I want to do that directly and to learn it.
Yeah.
And it's depend from the person, but
Yeah,
it's right.
And it's a great example, because look how long-winded my response was compared to the same thing that you just said.
Exactly. Perfect.
But it's interesting that we're living in something that we call prompt-specific era. So if you give some not specific prompt, if you say, tell me about this or tell me about that, the AI will give you totally different answer than if you ask it specifically for the specific thing. So in this moment, AI is not on that level to know what are you thinking about and what do you want to ask. And the AI agent will give you the answer on a low level. And I always imagine it like driving a car. If I want to go left, if I ask AI, I want to go left, and AI is driving, and I say I want to go left, AI will lead me left. But what if there are two different tracks? If one track is going in the wrong direction, I will start moving in the wrong direction, I will stay in the wrong direction. In one moment, maybe someone will bring me on the right path. So documentation and all the knowledge that is there on WordPress.org is there to help you be on the right track. So yes, you will use AI, we will all use AI, we are all using AI in different ways and different models now, but you need to be as specific as you can, so the answer and the links that you get will be the right ones. Mm-hmm. So that we should be careful about that, but yes, that's the main. And also, using AI can help you to fix something small faster. So you will just go ask a question, ask specific question, get an answer. You will not learn anything after that. You will just go to other thing. And we should see the global picture and learn something about.
Thank you so much, Natalia. What do you think about that?
Okay, for my opinion, we have a lot of courses right now. So if we talk about AI, it can optimize my time, especially if I am operation director. So if we do something with AI, we have a lot of opportunity to do more and more, especially when I am in a Gen Z generation, and we have a lot of courses and something like that. So that's my answer for that.
Perfect. Klaus.
Yeah, I think we're at the very beginning of all this with AI and learning, and I think it's incredibly exciting to see where it goes. One of the things that excited me just a few weeks ago is having a local WordPress installation, opening Claude in the directory, and just querying the code base. And I think for anyone who wants to get into development, the barrier to entry has just come right down again. Your question said, what is it like to compare to 10 years ago? I think the whole ecosystem is bigger now. There are more integrations, there are more plugins, there are more things to think about, libraries and whatnot. And now it's come right back down to being simple again. So anyone can really, with the help of AI, develop a plugin, understand, ask for examples, ask what is this doing in the code base? How does this work? How is this fail state being captured, and so on, which makes it super easy for experimentation. And I'm convinced that all the courses, it'll all just work wonderfully in parallel.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, like anything, you can use it for different purposes. If you use it right, you can use it for right purposes. If you use it wrong, it can be a weapon.
Perfect. Klaus, Automatic launched in February this year, their certification program for WordPress. And my question is that a healthy step for a free open source project, or does it create tension with their open source idea?
So I think there are two things to think about there. So on the healthy step, I think anything that helps people do more with WordPress correctly in a successful way and have a really good experience with WordPress is good for the ecosystem. And throughout the whole development of the certification, speaking to agencies and customers of VIP, one of the things that came across all the time is a PHP or a WordPress developer could mean anything. What does it mean? And one of the goals with the certification was to say, this is kind of the entry point if you want to be considered an advanced WordPress professional developer. Like, these are the skills you need to have, and here's how it's validated. And I'm already hearing a lot of interest from customers, from agencies, that at last there's something that kind of sets that benchmark. And I think that is very good for the world. And I think for decision makers who haven't yet got their tech stacks on WordPress, I think that can only help. And I think that can only be good for the whole ecosystem. So the more business grade adoption there is, I think that's the better for everyone. And I think to the healthy for the open source project, I think it would be bad if this was the only one that was there, that there was some kind of restriction on it, but that isn't going to be the case. Automatic has produced a certification. There are likely going to be others as well.
Perfect, thank you so much. Natalia, what do you think about the certification program?
Okay, we talk about WordPress credits, something like that, yeah?
No, it's
something
an automatic certification.
So the exam that has been developed.
Okay. For me, when I was in my university, for example, we also have some credential about project management or something like that, because I'm not into your field, you know. But for me, if I don't have any certification in project management, for example, I think I don't have a proof that I do something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my answer.
Rade, you are the training team rep?
Yes, many people in training team that are coming to learn something, they ask about certification. Because certification is it's a confirmation of your knowledge. It's something that puts you on some place, on a bar, on a list, on anywhere, so you can compare to others. We are people. We are comparing to others.
Do you think it's easier than to apply in the companies to get a better
It depends on the company.
chance?
I hope that in the future companies will see the benefits of certification and say, okay, this is the proof of someone's knowledge. To be fair, there are many people, everyone in this room, there are many great developers and people that do not have, they didn't finish the faculty or the school to be a programmer. So it's their will and their own time. They learned how to be a good developer, and we are all learning from them. And but in this moment, certification will bring you faster, will pick you from other people in the same position if you are applying for a job, if the company knows what is the certification. Sometimes in the past and now, our profiles on WordPress.org are CVs, and the company, if the company knows what the WordPress is and what the profile page is, then they can pretty easily distinguish great developers. And we are all good developers, but they can find great developers.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's right. Mary, tell us, for your WordPress community, what do you think about this?
I think that people here have already commented on a couple of the pieces that are important. Yes, companies want certifications. They want credentials. They want proof. But also the community, and globally, because of the WordPress brand, we need to actually set those standards. And we need to set that as an expectation, and we need to be public about what those expectations and those standards are. Anybody can create a certification. As a matter of fact, there are hundreds of WordPress certifications. There are, in the ecosystem, a lot of companies and a lot of nonprofits that are very successful at training WordPress in specific ways, whether that's their ecosystem product or whether that is WordPress core as a whole. And so two pieces, right? The first piece is what Klaus was just referring to when it talks to the standards. What are the standards, right? The standards need to be developed, they need to be neutral, and it needs to be WordPress. What is WordPress and what are the standards of these types of certifications? And so when an employer looks at it, we're actually leapfrogging ahead of any type of criteria test or maybe like proof point of whether someone is a good developer or a bad developer or a fast developer. So those types of things need to be the standards, and that should be public. on WordPress.org, and we should open that up. And I think learning and experiencing within contributions of WordPress should also be equitable. So you should have access to the curriculum, you should have access to what you need to do to teach yourself, or maybe create something within the ecosystem that you want to now teach that somewhere. I think that's relevant. And then I think that when we're talking about it globally, it's our responsibility as community members and as contributors not only to talk about where these standards are, but be involved in what those standards are. Take some of these exams, or take some of these, or experience some of them and learn and understand that. But then let's go out and raise that awareness so we help. And I think to your point, which is something that I've been talking about a lot in the United States, and I know that the team around in Europe, and some specifically strong in Poland, which we'll talk about later today, within these universities, not everyone is college bound. And this generation doesn't necessarily want to go to school because they see a society that is like, well, I can do this with AI, I can do this with WordPress. We need to start giving people off-ramps. And we need to tie them to good IBCs or good jobs. And we need to give people at all different levels different opportunities. Not everybody wants 6 years of school, just like not everybody wants to finish high school. So what does that look like? What is that standard? And how can we, as a community, start to connect these types of individuals to opportunity? And that's why I do want to see the jobs page redone. I want to see that tied into actual jobs that are available. I want to see that as a CV. I want to see that as a standard. I want us talking about it, and I want it to be equitable globally. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about open source, and where we're headed with open source, is that someone in Mexico City can be working with somebody in Atlanta, and we can do great things together and learn from each other and teach. And I think that education is the way. Yes. Certifications are the way. Job paths are the way. And I think what's the word in the project right now? Like pathways, like try to help people to do these connections, really can create a very good flywheel of opportunity. And I don't think we're doing a good enough job about it today, but we're working toward it. Yeah.
I think it would be cool maybe to have their certification. If you graduated for the certification program and you got the certification, to combine it with the WordPress.org profile to say, I got it.
Absolutely, I think that's on their roadmap.
For to have a CV to show the employer.
It's coming.
It's seen on the profile.
So all of those things are being built today and being tested, and Yanni is building out that new page. The jobs page is being redone. There are many people working on all of this, and I think AI has helped us get there. But it's coming, and I encourage everybody to get involved, because this is the one pathway that I'm really passionate about, and obviously the panelists are with what
all
they're doing.
All the courses that you finish on learn.wordpress.org are visible on your profile, so the company can see all the courses that you finished. But if you didn't apply for a certificate, they cannot see the level on what level you are. You know, in WordPress community, in open source communities, but in WordPress community in particular, there is something that's called duocracy. So if you do something, the community will see that, and everyone in this room will know for other people how good they are in the job or in the speaking and anything. So it's easy for us to pick someone to work with, but for company it's not.
Yeah.
If you are working with a company, you do not know who the people in this room are before you see some kind of proof who they are. And it's important for us also, and for companies. And also one important thing, contribution, because most of the time on conferences I speak about how important contributing is. Contribution is like doing work like
hands-on.
Yes, it's something. So everything you learned, you do. So that's like a practice. So the company will have people that know how to do things. Beside the certificate, they are able to do all the things they say they are.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I see it like you. It's the same thing. We talked about the WordPress profile, and maybe more of us. So their new profile update for their WordPress.org with badges, and we have also a score I saw on the profile. I was surprised, and my question is, does that motivate people to contribute, or does it turn open source into a competition? What do you think, Rade?
One question for all the people in this room. So I will just give you the number, and you say your number of badges is closer to what number that I say. So 5, 10, or 15. How close are you to the number of badges? 5, okay. So when you see the profile of people on WordPress, you will see that there are people with 20 badges, 30 badges, and so on. And that's the problem, because you come to one team, for instance, training team, and there are not strict rules, but there are some prerequisites that you need to do in order to get the badge. And it's doable in a couple of days. And after that, you get the badge and you are never, you go. So, because people in one moment thought employees will see my profile as a CV, and if I get enough badges, then I will be there. So that's the urge, the need for people to be visible. And that is one more reason for certification, because badges are lost their purpose. Because, you know, the importance of contributing is to be to contribute in small chunks. You don't need to contribute, I don't know, to translate one plugin. You need to translate one word and you are a contributor, but do it on a regular basis. And then the feeling inside of your heart, your guts will be different. You will want to contribute, you will share the knowledge, you will teach others. And that's the main point here. And the badges are, in one moment, they were means for competition. So we were all competing on number of badges. I think I'm not sure if I have 5 badges, but and most of badges are in the same team. So in training team, I have 2 badges. In, I don't know, plugins team maybe, or I'm not sure what badges are there. VPTV, yes, WPTV. So people need to just address badges in different way. To say badges are there for me, like not like certification, like acknowledgement of my work.
Yes.
And they should be that. And unfortunately, too many people are just here to take a badge, and after that they are not showing, they are not contributing, they are not doing anything, and we are working on changing those.
Yeah, it's good to have new rules.
Yes.
That till your how many contributions you submitted, and it was approved, then you can get the badge.
An interesting thing regarding new profile is the date when the badge is acquired. Because if someone has a badge that is acquired in 2012, it's okay, they contributed in that time, but they are not contributing in this moment. So for me, it's the first step for clearing the mess
Thank
with the
you
badges.
so much.
Yeah.
Perfect. Natalia, what do you think about the new profile and the badges? That motivates you to contribute to WordPress?
Okay, I'm not an expert in the badges and of course this developer side, if I speak correctly, but if I think about that, something like badges and the proof that you are the better and better, I think it's to motivate people in that, especially when I see it in the startup ecosystem, and when I go to pitch and I do it better and better, it's also for me a proof I am better in my field.
Thank you. Klaus, what do you say about that?
I think it looks fantastic. I just saw the changes come in. I'm not mega keen on kind of ranking systems. That's one of the reasons why with the certification the scores aren't shared, otherwise that could turn into a whole ranking thing. But I think it seems like an individual personal thing. People will put what they want there. Maybe it'll give people other ideas for how they could contribute if they see other profiles of people they respect. So I think it's a great thing.
Perfect. Mary, tell me, what was your idea, your intention, what you're maybe listen from the meta team to update these profiles, what you say about this new functionality for our community?
I don't have a strong opinion on what's in there, how it's in there. I know what I want to get from it, but I think the community can have opinions, and I think that those opinions are valid. I think like what you said around the profile badges, I think that that's valid. I think it's wider than just the badges, right? We have community members talking for a very long time around what it means to come into the project and then exit the project and come back to the project and what that means. I think that there's different ways that you could solve that through UX or UI, and I'll let the community kind of just discuss that. But in general, like, I'm happy it shipped. I'm happy that we're just moving forward, and then you're actually talking about something that's live and reverting or changing or adjusting than us talking about it, and then everybody gets exhausted and doesn't do anything. So I'm happy that something was done. But I agree with I agree with the conversations that are happening in Slack. I agree with what you're saying. I think that that's a wider conversation, and it should be continued. But no strong opinion on how it's laid out there. I think that it sparked a lot of great discussion.
Something new, to have more features, to get more contributors, to get it. And I think it's nice, a cool idea to have a score and a rank list, how many contributions you submitted. It's really nice. I'm really happy to see that, and we can expect maybe more for the future.
Yeah, I think there definitely will continue to be changes and updates and adjustments. But I do think like every make team has and should have parameters around why people are getting badges and what those badges mean. But I think the certifications and how we're doing it to promote it and socializing that will be valid as well. Especially if to the end goal to some people might be CV, like this is my social proof of ability, and what does that mean? So I agree, and I think the conversation should continue, but I love the fact that it shipped. And I think that that's one of the biggest things. Like we need to do things, we need to have the hard conversations, we need to have them in public, we need to argue, sometimes we need to just move forward. And so I encourage all those conversations and the pushback.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And now we have time for your questions. We have mics on the left side and on the right side. Don't be shy. Any questions to our panelists? Okay, I would say I have a question prepared. Give me 1 second. So, Natalia, here in Poland, it's now a school, academy, please tell us about this community here in Kraków, about WordPress, and what is your experience and how you felt to work with other new contributors, and tell us your experience a little bit, maybe.
Okay. When I think about WordPress community, the most work do the local team, I think. So today I see Sebastian, for example, who do something like local initiative for students, especially WordPress Academy. And I think that initiatives give us a lot of opportunity, especially when we work with students, because you have something like mentorship, you can build your portfolio or something like that during this WordPress Academy. And even if you don't have any experience with WordPress, you can go and learn something about that step by step. You have some mentors for that, and for me, it's a great opportunity because when I was at my university, I also have something like I'm not really sure it's something common with WordPress, but we have something like a WordPress courses, and I see what I want to do with WordPress because I'm not into, something developing stuff, but I am more into webmastering, for example, at my study. So I think it's great, and if I see as students, a lot of them don't know anything about, some value WordPress can give them. And thanks to local team, I think they can see a value for them. So for me, it's really important.
Wonderful. One question to our all panelists here. Can a local idea like this work everywhere, or only where the community is already strong? What do you think, Rade? Could it work everywhere?
It's easier to implement the idea in a strong community, but it's possible to make it in... If there is one person that is talking about WordPress, you can start a community, because there is a chance that people will try to find what is the WordPress, what is learning, what is everything. So yes, as I said, it's easier in a larger, stronger communities, but it's doable everywhere. I think that those learning initiatives are great for start and for combining with everything that we talked earlier in this panel. So, yes.
Perfect. Klaus, what do you say about?
Yeah, I think I would agree with what Ryder said. I mean, one person could be the beginning, right? And what you've done, I mean, the learnings can be taken from that, and that, there's a mechanism to replicate that elsewhere and take learnings and make it grow. And that one person in a community is kind of standing behind a vast online community as well. So, yeah, entirely possible.
Yes, an important thing here is to learn on experience of their project, initiative, whatever, and to be sure that some mistakes are avoided and can be done differently, or because I know that there are things that you say, oh, if I can do it again, I will do it in a different way, and so on. So and that's the strength of the community, because you will pick up the best from all other experiences. So that's
wonderful.
Benjamin, we have a question from the audience.
Following up on the comments about learning within the community, something I know very much from the Australian community is that meetups really have not recovered from the pandemic. And talking to other people around the world, I know that that's an issue in other cities. So how do you recommend that we do get that local learning back through the meetup program?
Specific to education?
Sorry?
Specific to education?
Yeah, because there's a lot of learning that's done at the meetup level as the sort of the community learning that does lead to getting people onboarded into WordPress and, potentially then going on to do the more formal education programs.
I've thought a lot about this. And like with what we're doing with the WPCC, those are events, right? They're specific to events, they involve students, and it's an easier place to start. And I think it's an easier place to start simply because you're learning, you're teaching, you're getting involved with students. Students are bringing new ideas, fresh ideas, and you're actually reinvigorating contributors who might have been here for a very long time. When there's new topics, new understanding, and you could kind of like recreate that excitement again. And I think that meetups have taken a dive globally, post-pandemic, and I think they were on the decline before that anyway. But we have to ask ourselves, why is that? And a lot of from the community, what I've heard and from what I have seen, it's not just COVID. It is an aging contributor base. It's a burnout. It's the what's new, what are we talking about, how are we talking about it, whether I'm learning something, whether it's social. And so I do think to get one of the coolest things about the WPCC was like it was trying to bring back an event-based system with new folks, like new people, new ideas, and it was enabling that exact thing that you had referred to earlier, the excitement that I'm going to teach something, and when I teach it, I can spread that, and then it can maybe spin off to a student club, and then maybe bring back a community at a different level as we start to train the next generation. When I posted something I don't know, maybe like January or something, I don't know. I got a lot of feedback in Make about that, and what was interesting is like a lot of the European communities came back to me like, well, that's exactly what we do for our meetups, and they're very successful. And it's like, well, ding, ding, you just said exactly what I was saying. Like, that's my point. Like, in the United States, we don't really have a lot of meetups. And when I went out and I was talking to people, it's because, well, what am I learning? I could go and get some pizza, but what are we talking about? How are we doing it? And when those communities, those local communities, where they're thriving, they're showing up for a great conversation or a great presentation, and it's planned, and it's like, hey, I'm learning something, I'm doing something. So I think it starts there, with not necessarily going into a school, but going into like a very specific thing. Hey, we're coming together to code, we're coming together to solve this, we're coming together to do. No, makes 2 cents.
Answer your question.
Makes sense, and it's certainly something that I've learned as an organizer, is that trying things is important.
Yeah.
You don't need permission to try things. You can just say, I'm going to run a day like this. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter.
All right, thanks so much to our panelists and our moderator. That is the end of the talk. A big round of applause for them. Just as a reminder, we're doing the group photo out front immediately after this talk. And then I believe after that, it's lunchtime.
Whoop,
So,
whoop. Thank you all.
thank you all for coming.
Do I get a bag? I get something?
Welcome. Can I first of all ask you to move down a little bit if you're not too comfortable back there? We want to make sure our speakers are very welcome, and we have a lot of open spaces up front. Also, the lights are really bright, so they're not going to see you as well up there. Welcome to track 2. I'm Ruth Kalinka, and I've been involved in WordCamp Europe for almost a decade now, since I got recruited at WordCamp US by Taco over here. This afternoon, we have several great speakers. We're going to start with Peter. Peter Wilson is a WordPress contributor and recently celebrated 10 years as a core committer. Peter mostly works on the internals of WordPress. Oh. They're backwards on my list.
Samuel. So we start with Samuel Silva. Yeah, please.
Sorry about that. You're here for different talks. I put them in my notes backwards. My apologies. So we'll start over. Dzień dobry. We'll start with Samuel Silva, who is a WordPress engineer at Malwarebytes. He's here to talk about something your CDN can't protect you from, a DDoS attack using nothing but your search bar. So these will be a series of lightning talks, and we'll not have Q&A between, but you can speak with the speakers afterward in the community booth if they're available. And we'll get started with Samuel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey guys, I'm not Peter, I'm sorry. Peter is there. And by the way, so many people here to see 3 presentations about cybersecurity. So I think I have a word for you guys, nerds. Good audience, thank you. Well, today we'll hack a website, but we are all good because the website I decided to target, it will be mine. So. My name is Samuel, WordPress engineer, Portuguese. I live in Porto. If you guys want to check my stuff, my website in specific, it's literally the best time to do it. Get straight to the point. What is a DDoS attack? In my opinion, it's kind of a classic, kind of outdated type of cyber attack, but let's dive into it. For the ones who are not familiar with, I got you, I brought a restaurant. For the ones who already know what it is, please hold on, don't be a spoiler. But let me start with an analogy. Imagine you have a restaurant with a few tables, and 10,000 people, for some reason, they arrive at the same time and they ask for the menu. But nobody is ordering, right? So your real customers are stuck outside, unable to get in. So this is basically what happened in the DDoS attack in your website, in your web server. In a world without analogies, looks like this. So basically, a DDoS attack is a method that over-traffics your website in a way that your server will not be able to handle it, right? Even being traditional, and also, in my opinion, kind of outdated, it's still being used. 47 million DDoS attacks happened in 2025. We have, this data is more familiar to us also. But we live in 2026, and the server, our servers and our hosting providers is safe nowadays, right? Because we have all these multiple layers of access. CDN, we have object cache, edge cache, etc. So let's say we are safe, right? Most of the cases, the server is never touched. But for an hacker, this is a magic word, right? All the attacks are possible because of the exceptions, right? So let me think like an hacker, because I'm not. Also, I'm not Peter. But how could I bypass a CDN if I was an hacker? And if there is a request that could be unique, like one single request, different, and one single request to do a cyber attack. And if there is a feature that must skip cache, right? This is my website, pretty static, just content. Unfortunately, too much static. And here we have this feature that is pretty common, like a search endpoint, right? A search button, let's say. And if I was an hacker, I would definitely explore this. And why? Just one endpoint you guys are familiar with. Unlimited queries. We can literally search for everything we want. Zero cache. I will explain this in 1 minute. And it's available outside the browser. So we don't need to mimic attack in the browser on the front end. We can just use server side, curl. So as you can see in this example, now I added the CDN/cache, let's say, wall. And the yellow ones, they are basically the search requests. And as you can see, they will, of course, hit the server. Because it's simple. It's hard to cache the search requests for only one reason, because it's not predictable, right? We can't guess what the users will search about. Now imagine if all these requests were search queries. That would be kind of crazy, right? Let's stop the fake animations, and let's start with a real DDoS attack. By the way, just a simulation, sorry about that. I did this 2 weeks ago, and I recorded my screen. Sorry about that, but come on, I have only 10 minutes. I don't have a chance to go wrong. And it's maybe a local environment, by the way. But yeah, before we start, I fetched some real pages from our WordPress site using, REST API, posts, pages, etc. And I started with this with a baseline. By the way, this will be 4 steps, okay? We can see already some response times, fast, consistent, predictable, just pages. Our server is happy. And then I tried the same thing in the phase 2. But instead of visiting pages, I just create I sent some search requests, but not real worlds. I sent big and complete, let's say, gibberish, okay? And we can notice something already. Even a single search request is already slower, but it's working, right? Our server is happy, still happy. But if we get serious now, I created a pattern where we'll have some waves of requests. I started with 10, and I go until 2,000, I think. As you can see, is let's say, is almost the same than the first one. The first one was normal requests. This one is a DDoS. I don't think the server knows that is being attacked, because I don't think it's being touched in there, right? But now the things are different when we do the same attack, same number of requests, but this time we target the search endpoint with random queries. We start to have some timeouts, failure requests, and at some point the server can't even accept new connections anymore. This is because when we do a search request, basically we need our MySQL, and we need to do the SQL query, right? So this is not a theory anymore. As you guys can see, I'm not lying. Summarizing, this is the normal request. This is the second one, search request. DDoS, as you can see, is almost the same than the first experience we saw. And this is our DDoS thing. But I'm not here to bring problems. I mean, I know I brought one, but I'm also here with a solution. And let's say the best fix for a native problem is always a native solution, right? So nowadays, where everybody is talking about the shiny new features in WordPress, which is great, today I will highlight a feature that is in WordPress core for 20 years. So let's imagine if we could provide the search endpoint only for real users, right? And that's it. Yeah, it's a nonce. I think all the developers are familiar with. Just a function that validates if the user is in the front end in a unique section or not. So bye-bye repeated attacks, right? Implementation is pretty straightforward. We expose the nonce on the front end. We add to our form because by the way the search is literally a form, and then we validate if the nonce is correct. So if is not, I mean like this, if is not, we just return 403. We don't return search results. And yeah, for the ones who weren't familiar with DDoS, maybe they are not also familiar with nonce, let's get back to our restaurant. So let's imagine again our 1,000 fake customers flooding in. But now imagine we have a secret word, and the waiter only gives a menu to the people who know the secret word. This is exactly what is nonce. So yeah, basically when everybody's talking about AI in the future, sometimes our solution is available from the last 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samuel. Up next with our lightning talks today, we have Francesco Canovi. Francesco runs... Sorry, we're going to be continuing straight through because this is a pretty tight track, so if you can kind of keep the murmur down a little bit, that'd be great. Thank you. So Francesco runs a digital agency in Italy, working with organizations on web development, hosting, design, and communication. He also has a somewhat unusual interest in compliance and cybersecurity regulations. Please welcome Francesco Canovi.
Oh, thank you, Ruth. Thank you. Thank you, Ruth. Hi, everyone. NIS2 is a big regulation. In the next 10 minutes, I want to focus on only one specific aspect, which is how a small WordPress agency, like mine, for example, can practically handle incident reporting when something goes wrong. That's because one of the many aspects of this regulation is that if you have an important incident on a protected infrastructure, you have to report to national authorities. NIS2, what is NIS2? NIS2 is an European Union directive on cybersecurity. It applies to what the directive calls essential and important entities, which are companies and public bodies whose services the society relies on. They are divided into 18 sectors, and their services are considered critical. So that's why they are regulated from, for example, waste management, food production, energy, IT infrastructure, and so on. A small agency like mine or freelancer are usually not directly in the scope of the regulation themselves, but not always. Depending on your size or on the kind of services that you provide, maybe you can be in scope directly. But even if you don't, you can be pulled in indirectly as a part of a regulated entity supply chain. So if one of your clients is regulated. For example, I have a client which is a cheese factory, which is a food production company, and it is under the regulation. Then you can be, since you are their supplier, and you are ending to be bound to the law by contract if you want to work with them. This also means that you have to support your client through every stage of a reporting process when things go wrong with the national authority, because if you are managing their e-commerce website, for example, you are the one who holds the information that the authority needs to know about the incident. But what is an incident? The directive says that an event compromising the availability, the authenticity, the integrity, or confidentiality of data and services. In the context, for example, of WordPress, an incident could be a defacement, a database leak, a hijacked admin account, a ransomware attack, a DOS attacks, like my colleague said before, and that takes the site offline for hours, not just for a few minutes, of course. And When an incident is detected, it usually happens because you have some alerts in place of if someone opens a ticket to your system, the directive sets out some mandatory steps with a defined process and very strict deadlines. The clock starts ticking from the moment that you became aware that something wrong has happened on the website. And that's why I recommend putting a playbook in place. So when the incident happens, you already know what to do without losing time understanding what you have to do. In my agency, for example, we have formalized all of this in a playbook that fits only a single paper sheet, so it's nothing complicated with all the timeline, all the checkbox that you have to compile, and then all the contacts that you have to send the report. But before you ever run that playbook for real, my advice is to perform what I call a pre-flight check. A check that everything is in order before an incident occurs. It comes down to 5 things. At least 2 people who knows the playbook, because the one on duty may be unreachable for some reason. The playbook has to be kept in a secure place that you can reach even if the server is compromised, so don't put it on your main server. Set up a log system that keeps logs for at least 90 days, like WordPress access logs, hosting logs, and so on, because you need information when an incident happens, because you have to understand what happened. For each regulated client, then create their specific playbook, pre-filled with their company data. It saves you some minutes, but they are precious, because you only have 24 hours for the first notification. And then verify your contracts, because you have to know who is your client contact, what is your responsibility, and the timing that is involved. This is important that it has to be clear from the beginning. Then this sets you up to go through the playbook itself, step by step. First of all, you have to ask, is this incident significant? You have to answer 4 questions. Is a malicious code suspected? Is the service seriously disrupted, down, for example, for hours? Are some personal data exposed? Was any unauthorized access gained? If any of those, the answer is yes, then you have to inform your client, because it's the client that have to communicate, but you have to produce the documentation and help your client draft the early warning for the national authority, which is the first step. Because within 24 hours, the early warning has to reach the national authority. The regulated entities, as I told, submits it, but in practice, we have to provide the content. In short, it has to be just 4 fields: whether a malicious code is suspected, whether there is a cross-border impact, because this is something they care about, what is the known impact is, and a contact with an alternative one in case of the first one is not reachable. The goal here is speed, not detail. So this is an example of an early warning. As you can see, it kept intentionally short, so it fits 1 slide, but it makes the point. You don't need to write an essay, just a warning. Then, within 72 hours, you have to file the real notification. You don't start from scratch. You can take the early warning and add only 3 more things: the severity assessment, the indicators of compromises, like, for example, IPs or file hashes, a suspicious URL that you have discovered, and the mitigation that you already applied. This is an example of the notification, also very brief and short. In parallel, the people who use the service need to be protected, because depending on the incident, for example, you have to ask them to change their password or rotate an API key or watch out for phishing that exploits the breach. And anytime during this period of 30 days, the authority can reach back to you asking for more information if the incident is still ongoing. Then, after 30 days from the first notification, if your incident is already closed, you have to send a final report with the root cause, the full timing, mitigation status, and the cross-border impact. If the incident after 30 days is still ongoing, you have to send a monthly progress update using the same template until the final report. You have to send the final report when the incident is effectively closed. This is an example of a final report, same logic, structure, factual, dense on information, but this is not an essay. there is no talk without talking about AI. We have built in our company also an AI skill for an agent that, when launched, it guides you through drafting every report that you need to send to the authorities. This is a GitHub repo. You can also find the PDF printable version that I showed you before, and you can download it and do with it whatever you want, scanning this QR code. A last thing, talking with some people, someone asked me, but isn't that notification an admission of a responsibility? I'm not now not in trouble because I'm notified that I had an incident in my infrastructure. The answer is no. It's quite the opposite. The authority knows that incident happens. The thing that they don't want is that you keep that secret. Once you send a notification, and once you have put in place at least your minimum security measures, you are on the right side of the story. So don't expect to be fined because you reported the incident to the national authority. Expect to be fined if they suspect that you had an incident and you shut up with them. That's the whole loop, from detection to the final report. My name is Francesco Canovi. I am from Italy. I'm the founder of Black Studio, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco. So our final speaker in this round of lightning talks is Ariel Ramos, and he comes from Costa Rica, the land of Pura Vida. And we have a flag in the back. He's got some supporters here. He works to help businesses build smarter, faster, and more secure digital products. Today, he is going to show us why opening WordPress to the world is powerful and what you need to do to keep it safe. Please welcome to the stage, Ariel Ramos.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me here? Okay. Good afternoon. Let's go headless. In WordPress, we have several tools or options, features that we can use just to connect other applications. So let me know and raise your hand. Have you ever used an API? Awesome. Now you can connect your mobile applications, your PWA apps, or another platform that you developed. Even the vibe coders can connect APIs now. And WordPress has already its own native APIs. But what about when we try to use this feature, but in a secure way? So our agenda, it's really straightforward today about map and reduce attack surface, following some steps or some tips when we develop our own applications that connect endpoints in WordPress. So our 5 steps. Through the last years, I have been developing several applications, and I always found the same issues when we just put an URL and let's connect through WordPress like that. The first, when WordPress becomes an API, you need to know just the first thing. All your APIs need at least some token or some verification to connect through. This is an example. This is an application that I developed using Flutter. You can develop your own app in Android, iOS, whatever the technologies you are able to code. But all the data that you are seeing here, it's connect through a WordPress website. The first issue here is there's no token. There's nothing between the API or the endpoint and the application. So, yeah, I have the code, but normally when you see this kind of code, it's like a spaghetti code or hard code style. You need to be an order or steps to follow, and this is the first step. Step 1, map and reduce your attack surface. Your attack surface is how many opportunities does an attacker have to take advantage of your, for example, security endpoints? In this case, and this is not going to be like a university class when you're seeing just go and copy that, paste here in Visual Studio, and let's go. No. You can see this code. Yeah, we have the API users from WordPress. In the last version, that's been secure or hardening. But now, if a hacker, let's say, or a cracker, a person who tried to steal your information, use this endpoint, but you're not using any kind of security or security layer between you and your application, well, you can access to your users. Yeah, those users can appear in your blog post or your comments. But if you create fewer endpoints, you are going to get a smaller target or smaller surface attack. And this reminds me about a time ago when a customer told me how my name is publicly in this list. There was like a TXT file, and his name was there because it was exposed in a security breach, and it comes from a WordPress site that was not secure. You have to use at least tokens, or at least something that you can put between your security, your application, and your layers. The step 2 is match out to your client. Before securing anything, know what you are exposing. This is not as the terms and conditions when you are trying to install something in your computer. Next, 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 accept, install. No, check what you are trying to expose to the web. Even if you are using an internal application, fewer endpoints will get you a smaller target, as I said. The step 3 is least privilege on every endpoint. I know, let's make like a little exercise. Have you ever heard about zero trust? And also, have you ever heard about the least privilege rule? It's like somebody enter a company and it says, I need permissions to install this application. No. Okay, we are the admins. This application is going to be used for what, specifically? It's not making everybody admin, it's making everybody at least consciousness about the security of the application. Well, this example we put here specifically that the authentication tells you who is trying to access your resources, when and from. At least an API, a user from your tenant, etc. And the mistake many people does here is that doesn't create any authentication feature before accessing your endpoint. How many WordPress sites now can be accessed by just putting the endpoint in your browser? Maybe your next task after this speak is going to be like at least putting some authentication method between you and your browser. And even you don't have to use a browser to access that data. You just need a console or terminal. The step 4 is harden the transport layer. Course, how many of you ever have like a problem using course? Like, okay, I know that my code is right, there's no mistake, but there's something between your course and your application and nothing is loading in your browser. So in this case, course, TLS, and security headers, the layer few people configure correctly because they try to use some kind of combinations of parameters and variables that are not really well suitable for your users, for your endpoints. In this case, we have those headers, the access control allow origin, and the access control allow credentials. As you can see in this code, if you combine those variables as they are in the presentation, in this slide, you are going to have really so many troubles. And maybe something that is going to be solved in 5 minutes will take you all the afternoon. Strict WordPress version from all responses. You can use this code is going to be given to you when the WordPress team send the presentations. But Weichel course with credentials, it actually rejected by browsers, as it is. Use an explicit allow list and strip the version header. I can send to you all the code that you want, but I have a gift to you at the end. In this case, you can remove the specific WordPress version when you get your site data. Yeah, you can create your own snip, your code snip. We know that WordPress, when we try to access the functions PHP file inside WordPress, it says, are you really sure about what you're going to try to modify in this page? The step 5 is rate limiting. It sounds really obviously, but we have to reduce how many requests can be sent from a specific API address to your website. These steps can be done at least in 1 hour. But normally they are not being done by several developer teams. Always assume someone will try to abuse your API. Always. Your bakery WordPress website, it's included in that list. Your WordPress that talks about a specific insect that somebody find in the Costa Rica forest is always going to be accessed by someone, even not humans. So I have a gift to you. When you will get your presentation, you will have a prompt, because I developed in just 1 hour, and we are in the AI era. You don't have to create a code manually, but you have to use your technical knowledge to create awesome plugins. You can use AI to create your own API plugin manager. So when you get this presentation, you will find a prompt, and this prompt will create, using the AI that you preferred, your own plugin following the WordPress step guide, the WordPress security guidelines. So I really appreciate your time. I'm Ariel Ramos from Costa Rica, the land of Pura Vida.
Stay nearby. You can stay. Thank you. Can we get another round of applause for our fabulous speakers as they come back on stage? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dziękuję dobre. No, dziękuję bardzo. So we have Samuel Silva, Ariel Ramos, and Francesco Canovi. Thank you so much. And we also have some gifts for our speakers today. Oh, and your answer to the question, yes? To Q&A? Community booth 230? Okay, and all 3 of them will be available in the community booth if you have any questions for them for about 15 minutes during this break that we have right now. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Peter Wilson. And actually, before I do that, I want to make a reminder that the QR code that we had on the screen will take you to the translation. Can we go back to that QR code just for a second? Thank you. So if anybody needs translation services, this is the QR code for it. All right, thank you. So our next speaker is Peter Wilson. He is a WordPress contributor and recently celebrated 10 years as a core committer. Peter mostly works on the internals of WordPress and is known among contributors as a strong advocate for backward compatibility. Today, Peter will be talking about recent performance improvements in WordPress for retrieving posts from the database. Please welcome Peter Wilson.
Hi, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. If I'd known that I was going to have a mosh pit, I probably would have brought along a full band so that we could at least make some noise and make use of it, but I didn't know in advance. Before I begin on my talk, what I would like to do is have you all put together a big round of applause for the organisers and volunteers of WordCamp Europe, because they've put together another fantastic event for this year. I work at Fueled on the 10-up WordPress practice, where I'm a lead engineer on the open source team. 10-up and now Fueled build large-scale WordPress sites. Our work includes the Biden administration's whitehouse.org, whitehouse.gov, and media sites for everyone from AMC through to TechCrunch. As large users of open source, we like to give back to open source software. And as part of this, I spend around about half of my time working on WordPress core, where I'm a core committer. And I'm also a member of various other teams. Now, WordPress has a problem. It has a reputational problem. It can be slow. However, if you install the wrong plugins, it can be really slow. And as many of you in this room will know, if you configure the site carefully, it can actually be a lot faster than the reputation implies. Full page and persistent object caching can improve the performance of a website for both authors and visitors. In 2021, the WordPress performance team was formed. And at the time, it was being spearheaded from contributors from Google, 10up, now Fueled, XWP, and Yoast. The goal of the team was to improve the performance of WordPress out of the box, to democratize performance, if you will. The long tail of WordPress users don't have hosting providers that provide a persistent object cache and full page caching by default, nor should they need to. The WordPress codebase is split into a number of components. There's the editor component, the REST API component, the admin component, and many, many more. There's also what we call the query component. The query component is a series of getters for the fundamental objects of WordPress that are stored in the WordPress database. And these classes are all really clearly named, except for maybe the most fundamental of objects, posts. So what I'm talking about is posts, comments, taxonomies and terms. There are also, in the query component, a number of helper classes for generating table joins and where clauses, for dates and linking up sub-objects, such as the taxonomies. However, I don't think it's overly controversial to claim that maybe the most fundamental object in WordPress is the post object. Without posts, WordPress just would not exist. Without terms, WordPress just would not be as useful. And I suspect no one will be surprised to learn that WP Query generates an SQL query. What might surprise you is that in many cases, it actually generates 6. And depending on how you call it, it might be as low as 1, but for the homepage of a typical WordPress install, it's 6. For the purposes of today, I'm not going to go through all the details. You don't need to know them. But the queries can be, generally speaking, split up into a few groups. The first queries just get the post IDs being queried for the page. On the home page, this is, or the blog index page, this is just the IDs of the 10 most recent posts. And this is followed by a query to just determine the total number of posts available for that query. So then WordPress can work out the pagination. And this is followed by some far simpler queries that actually get the data for the posts and for the post meta. And the reason we split out getting the IDs and the data is that we can just get the data using ID queries rather than having to use big complex where clauses. Finally, for post types with associated taxonomies, we make a couple of queries to get the terms associated with the post object. As term meta is less commonly used than, say, post meta, it's only going to be lazy loaded if it's needed. However, prior to the changes made over the last few years, there was a problem. Just there. Those two big, complex queries with the big long where clauses for getting the post IDs went uncached. Now, on the blog index page, this isn't a great problem, as the query isn't very complex. There are no joins. A single table is queried just to get the post IDs of the 10 most recent published posts. But for anything more complex than that involves meta queries or taxonomy queries, it was a real disservice to developers. Complex queries within the joins and querying unindexed columns and all of those really bad, unperformant queries went uncached. And whether called once, twice, or 3 times on a single web page request, these database queries would be repeated each time. And this would happen whether or not you had a persistent object cache installed on your server. So that's the problem we wanted to fix. At the time it was finally committed, the ticket had been open for 10 years. But in truth, there was a lot of room for performance for adding additional caching throughout the query component. So we wanted to include caching across the board. But as posts are the most fundamental object in WordPress, it made sense to start there. But before I begin on the how, I want to quickly mention the who. In the WordPress project, we, and there's that word again, we have a culture of giving props. This means we acknowledge who worked on a ticket when it comes time to commit the code to WordPress core. And over the course of the 10 years or more in some cases that these tickets had been open, a lot of people had contributed to them. So when I talk about we, it's not a small group of people. It's at least these 73 people. But there will have been discussions and at conferences like this one and in Slack that may not even be caught in this list. A huge number of people put in years and years of work for these performance improvements to make their way into WordPress core. One of the things we decided on early on was to take a piecemeal approach to introducing caching. To move fast and cache things, if you like. And this is very different to moving fast and breaking things. Breaking post querying on every WordPress site in the world in our attempt to improve performance, that would be bad. That would be very, very bad. We didn't want to end up the proverbial creek. So for WordPress 6.1, we just did the basics, which is not necessarily to say that it was simple. And when I was planning this talk, I was going to go through all the details about how we generated cache keys, the process we took, provide a line-by-line analysis, but I realised that that was likely to be of little help to anyone in the room. It was only of use to the people who worked on the code. And man, it was boring. It was so boring. Put your hand up, really, if you care. for me to go through the individual lines of code that we use to generate cache keys. Yeah, I thought so. So instead, I'm going to go through what it meant for you as site, theme, and plugin developers. For a standard WordPress install, it meant WordPress went from 9 duplicate database queries triggered by WP query on a single page. So this is as in is singular, a blog post or a static page. It went from 9 duplicate queries to no duplicate database queries on the first request in WordPress 6.1. And if you had a persistent cache installed, no database queries on the second and subsequent requests. And this is all without full page caching enabled. This is just with an object cache. There were situations that we were unable to handle. For example, if you use the post clauses filter and the other sort of related filters in WP query to modify the requested fields, you don't get to take advantage of the built-in caching. If you change the requested fields in any way, you need to implement your own persistent caching for that data. And it's actually a little bit finicky, even if the data's equivalent but of a different syntax. So in that second example, if you were to do so much as just remove the space between the two terms, that would break caching. And this is because the cache is holding as little data as possible. We just decided to include the post IDs, the total number of posts, and the number of pages generated, with a slightly different structure if you're querying the parent-child relationships. Individual post objects are cached separately and have been for a long time, and with a far simpler naming structure than we needed for the WP query caching. The naming structure that we used was made up of these 4 things. The date the post table was last changed, arguments passed to WP query, and the SQL query generated with a little massaging. Because there are a few that we could ignore, mainly the arguments that affected behaviour rather than the SQL query that is generated. And then over the next few years, we introduced similar caching to the other query classes that were missing it. They followed a similar structure of only caching a small amount of data as possible. Having introduced caching in WordPress 6.1, everything was dandy and we could just move on and it was never going to be a problem ever again, right? Well, wrong. There was still room for improvement. There are instances in which calls to WP query would result in repeated database queries and duplicate caches. The same set of results would be returned by each, but WordPress would treat them as entirely separate queries. Take, for example, a site that queries posts and pages in a single database request. I'm not sure why you would want to do it, but it's an easy example. Regardless of the order in which you write the arguments, the results would be identical. In both of these cases, what would be returned would be the 10 most recently published posts or pages. In WordPress 6.1 and for several versions that followed, these were treated as 2 entirely different queries, and a different cache key was generated for each. For something like post types, of which there's usually only very few, this wasn't really a problem. It was a bit of a problem, but it wasn't huge. But once you started dealing with terms or authors or other things where there's a lot more data, the missed equivalencies begin to add up. This piece of code behind me would generate 6 separate cache keys. This is despite the fact that even the most inexperienced of developers could tell you that they would produce the same results. So that's what we decided to handle in WordPress 6.8. We began work on making equivalent cache queries hit the same cache entry. That included things like making sure that when generating the cache key, the arguments were deduplicated and, in the example behind me, sorted. And it also meant that we started accounting for arguments that can appear in many forms and result in the same database query. For example, there are 3 different ways that you can query the most recent posts. In WordPress 6.9, we took an alternative approach to improving the performance of caching. I mentioned earlier that the timestamp when the post table was last changed was used as part of the cache key. This leads to a problem. Every time you save a post, the time the post table last changed is updated and modified. And the previous cache keys remain in the object cache. But they've become unreachable. There's no way to access the data in them, and crucially, there's no way to delete them either. This can be a bit of a problem during periods of high activity, such as on a news site in the lead up to the publication deadline. The cache can be filled with data that is no longer needed. And depending on the eviction policy of the object cache, this may even result in current data that is required being removed from the cache in favour of data that's no longer needed. For WordPress 6.9, we wanted a slightly more sensible approach to how it handles out-of-date caches. We modified the cache structure to use the cache itself to determine if the data was stale. Instead of storing the results of the query and using the last changed date of the post table in the cache key, WordPress now stores the change time as part of the cache entry itself. This allows for WordPress to compare the time of each of the recorded data and ignore the cache if the last change time is out of date. But instead of letting the old data remain in the cache, it's able to be deleted and replaced in location with the up-to-date data. And as this functionality was used numerous times between WordPress core or throughout WordPress core, it made sense to introduce new functions to the caching API to allow for these. And after the compulsory naming things discussion, which went on for a while, and to be fair to all involved, I actually started, we came up with the idea of naming them salted caches. But that does mean that if you're using any of the query caches directly in your code, you need to review it to ensure that it's using the modern cache structure. While the optimizations made to WP Query over the last few years benefit a standard WordPress install running on basic hosting, they offer more opportunities for sites that are using a persistent object cache. Without persistent caching, they remove duplicate database queries that appeared on page loads. With a persistent cache, they can remove all database queries from a page load once the cache has been primed. By writing code that optimizes for cache hits, you can make use of a cache generated on one part of your site when displaying content on the other part of the site. Take, for example, displaying the 5 most recent posts from the blog on the homepage of a website. Now, I've chosen the WordPress.org news page, but really I could have chosen one of any of millions for that pattern. And based on nothing other than instinct and really having written code like this far too many times to remember, I'm assuming the code looks something like this. Set up a custom WP query for 5 posts, followed by some optimizations to avoid unnecessary database queries. But of course, the WordPress news site also has a full archive, the blog index. It's configured to display 10 posts per page, but I'm assuming that that number comes from a setting within the WordPress dashboard. As WordPress.org is using a persistent cache, the results of this database query will be stored in their object cache. So that query on the home page can be optimized to hit the same cache as that on the blog index page. Then, instead of limiting it via SQL, you can use PHP to limit the display rather than the database. As post meta isn't used on the homepage, you can still optimize the queries to make fewer database requests if the data is uncached. Now, You may be wondering what I'm talking about when I say optimize the database queries. Way back at the start of the talk, I mentioned that WP Query can make anywhere between 1 and 6 database queries. These are the optimizations that I'm talking about. In the sort of subtitle, I'm displaying how many database queries that the code will result in. For example, if you just want to check the number of posts, you can limit WP Query to 1 database query. If you just want to check if posts exists, you can limit it to 1 database query by just requesting the ID field and using the no-found-rows argument to prevent it from determining the total of number of posts that match that where clause. If you do need the total number of posts for the post type, then you can comment out the no-found-rows argument and make the second database query. In this example, I've also commented out the post per page argument so that WP Query would hit the same cache as the blog homepage. This is programming for cache sharing, as I was talking about with the WordPress.org news site example. If you're displaying the total number of posts on the blog homepage, this will insist sites with and without persistent object caching, as it will avoid a duplicate database query. And as with the example from the WordPress news site, if you only need data from the post table, so no post meta, no author information, nothing else, then you can prevent the post meta and post term caches from being primed. The database queries counts that I've been using in the subtitle are all examples assuming a completely unprimed object cache. If the cache is primed, then by reducing the number of database queries that will be required, you're increasing the chance that you will hit a previously primed cache. Now, as a WordPress core committer, this is what I'm supposed to say. Never, ever, under any circumstance, should you query the database directly. Always use WP Query for the maximum efficiency. But I also know that the reality is that you probably find yourself having to, at least sometimes. Or at least making the judgment call that for your particular circumstances, that's the best thing to do. Say, for example, when you want to find all the post objects, regardless of type, that have a particular item of metadata. You might want to go through and just get the post IDs directly from the post meta table and avoid any joins that would be generated by WP Query. There are ways you should be optimizing your code when you're doing so. This apparently simple piece of code, in which I'm saying it would return 15 results, would end up generating 16 database queries. One for the querying of the post meta database table, and 15 as it went through the for each loop. But with a little bit of effort, it's possible to get these 16 database queries down to just 2. One for the initial query and one for iterating through the entire for each loop from start to finish. Let's look at this code again and see how we can change it to the limit the queries. That's the change. For many years, WordPress documented the various cache priming functions as private. This meant, in theory, they could change at any time as they were only intended for internal WordPress core use. In WordPress 6.1, we changed this so the priming functions were marked public and therefore committed to maintain backward compatibility for them. This was done for a simple reason. It was a bit silly to discourage third-party developers from priming the object caches and reducing database queries when they needed to. Furthermore, the cache priming functions that we've introduced since, and any that we will introduce in the future, will be properly prefixed and marked as public from the start. The way these functions work is that it's fine to call them with the same object ID multiple times. WordPress will check if they're already in the cache before making the database query. So in the post examples earlier, if some or all of the posts are already primed, the database won't be requested or the database query won't be made again. I'd also encourage you to cache your own custom database queries whenever possible. If you're querying the posts or the post meta table, you can use the same group as WordPress core to keep your own queries associated with the WordPress native queries, properly prefixed, of course. This will allow the object cache implementations, any object cache implementations that clear the group to include your queries when cleaning up. You should also salt them with the post table's last change time so your cache doesn't end up returning stale data. As WordPress has improved performance over the last few years, the way you can optimize the site's performance over the last few years has changed too. If you're building sites, code the sites to hit shared caches. Especially if you're repeating similar queries on the same web page, regardless of whether you're using a persistent object cache or not. And always if you are using a persistent object cache. Learn the cache priming functions and use them. Not only do we consider them public now, we encourage their use. Throughout this talk, I've been using the post query class as an example, but we've made similar improvements to all the query classes over the last few years that required them. These optimizations apply whenever you interact with any of the WordPress objects: posts, terms, users, and comments. I think that's everything. So review the code and read the docs and build for performant websites. Thank you.
Can you do this, Mike? Sorry. Okay, sorry. I seem to have misplaced my mic. Thank you very much, Peter. Can we give him another warm welcome? Or another warm applause? Thank you so much. If you'd like to speak with Peter afterward, he will also be available in the community booth for Q&A during this break. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, it was very tight with the timing, so I went ahead. Cześć. Dzień dobry. Welcome to track 2. I'm Ruth Kalinka, and I'm here to introduce Maciek Palmowski. I swear I can pronounce some Polish names. I am actually 100% Polish, but I didn't learn it growing up. So I'm trying here in Poland. Maciek works as a growth engineer at PatchStack. And for those who don't know, PatchStack is the leading CNA. When he's not in front of the keyboard, he's either cycling or drinking coffee. And apart from WordPress, he's a huge fan of Astro. And he's an organizer of CMS conference in Gdynia. So please give it up for Maciek Palmowski.
Hi everyone, cześć. So first of all, let me thank you for even coming here, because this is the last session on this track. So I can imagine that some of you are already thinking about the after party, what to do during it, where to get drunk, things like this, you know, the after party stuff. But still, some of you decided, hey, let's go to Maciek's talks, let's learn a bit about security. So really, thank you for this. It means a lot to me. Thank you. So today I'm here to talk a bit about testing the promise, because a lot of WordPress hosting promise you that if you use their service, you will be safe, you will be secure, you don't have to worry about anything. But did anyone check it ever? That's the thing we did at some point, and we wanted to check if the promise is real. So, you know, every story has a trigger. It starts with something. Most of cool stories start with, hold my beer, and then the magic happens. In our case, it was a tweet. So we posted about some state of security half-year report. And we got the response of no one else than Matt Mullenweg, who said, you know, most hosts protect against these at network level. The constant stream of posts about thousands of vulnerable websites, I think, is negative for WordPress adoption overall. Not unique to PatchStack, but I'm curious your thoughts on how to shift the narrative. And you know, when we saw it, we took it personally. I mean, I'm kidding. It wasn't personal. It was a very good question, because we had a hunch that we are right. We collaborated with some hosting companies to know that we are probably right. But we never did any bigger research about this. That's why when Matt wrote about it, it was a perfect trigger for us to start this research, to learn more about this, and to learn if we are really right or maybe we were wrong all the time. Before we will dive into our research, let's kind of make sure we are all on the same page when it comes to the threat landscape. You know that WordPress is a pretty massive target, right? It's the biggest CMS out there. 40% of the web is using it. Loads and loads of plugins. We're talking about the official repository, about a lot of marketplaces, so thousands and thousands of plugins, which in theory, all of them can be a vector of attack. And finding a vulnerability in a very popular plugin may affect a lot of websites. I mean, imagine if someone would find a serious vulnerability in core of WordPress. Millions of websites would be in danger. Luckily, the WordPress team is doing a great job when it comes to making sure that the core is secure. But plugins, it's a bit different topic. Last year, we did a whole state of WordPress security report. And during 1 year, there was more than 11,000 vulnerabilities found in the WordPress ecosystem. That's 42% more than the year before. That's a lot. Which is not a surprise, 91% of them comes from plugins. WordPress is only responsible for, if I remember correctly, 6, not 6%, 6 vulnerabilities in general. And they were very minor ones, so nothing to worry about. So again, core is secure. If someone asks you about, is WordPress secure? Yes, WordPress itself is secure. Plugins, well, that's a problem. Of course, it depends on the on the company because some WordPress companies are taking security very seriously. Sadly, some not so much. And this 5 hours, this is a very dangerous number because it means that you have around 5 hours since public disclosure to mass exploitation of a vulnerability. So when someone tells you, yeah, just keep your WordPress updated, that's not enough. Because if you will be updating your WordPress once a week, for example, now you don't have the time. You have 5 hours. On average, of course. Statistics. And even if you do, there is another problem. 48% of plugins don't get patched at the time of public disclosure. So even if you would be updating your WordPress every 5 hours, you still have around 50% chance that your plugin is still not patched. So, and of course, I know that very often we are talking about those thousands of websites being in danger and so on and so on. And probably some of you might think, yeah, it's kind of like with the Yeti. Everyone is talking about it, but no one ever saw a vulnerability. So maybe let me show you one. One that happened in January. I can't tell the name, even if it's public, but still. So you see this request there? That's all you had to gain access to a website. It only had to have this plugin installed in a certain version. And if you just used this one request, you got in. You had full access to the website. And despite the fact that the team behind this plugin did everything they could to fix it as quickly as possible. Because since the moment we reported it to them, to the first patch, it only took 82 minutes. So great work. And mistakes like this happen because we're just people. We make mistakes, right? And unluckily, they had this mistake that affected 40,000 websites. So you see, vulnerabilities are real. It's not that we are just showing big round numbers and telling that this amount of websites is in danger. They are real, they happen. But right now we're just kind of looking at this from our perspective, more from the developer perspective. But owners look at it a bit different. For them, the moment when their website gets hacked, it's a set of totally different problems. For example, let's start with data theft and business disruption. So yeah, if someone gets access to your website, and for example, it's a web store, they will get access to all the client data. So, of course, GDPR and things. We'll get back to the GDPR. But also the business disruption. So instead of just working as usual, you have to start notifying clients, making sure the website is clean, making sure no other problems are related to this. Sometimes you have to explain to some people why did it happen. A lot of work, a lot of time you will spend that you could spend, well, earning money or doing nothing, because why not? But sadly, in this time, you have to fix some problems. Another thing, yeah, the GDPR. If someone gets access to personal data, you have to inform people. And you have 70 hours to do this. And still there is a big chance that you might pay a fine, up to 20 million euros. That's quite a lot. Probably no one would like to do it. So you see, one vulnerability, one unpatched thing, or just not thinking about security in a proper way, might end up in a huge fine. And of course, the customer trust. Because again, thanks to GDPR, you have to inform people. And this is this type of email when you have to write, hey, we messed up, and we messed up really badly. This type of email. It's not fun. Especially if you're starting your business, this is something that can really break your customer trust. and there is a chance you might not recover from it. I mean, you may, because a lot of companies did, but some of them never didn't, in general didn't. So remember, from our perspective, a hacked website is kind of a technical problem. But from the client's perspective, a hacked website is just a business crisis. Not a business problem, a huge business crisis that can put their business down. So yeah, we decided to test the promise that a lot of hosting companies had. And let me start with a nice quote you can find on one of the company's documentation. If your site is hosted at our platform, you don't need to install a third-party security plugin because we have many popular security features built into our infrastructure. Which means, don't worry about the thing. We got your back. Focus on making money or making your blog popular or whatever you are doing. Don't worry about security. We got you. And never, ever install anything else. Of course, we didn't took their word for it. And our whole testing looked like this. We either used the WordPress installation they provided, or if it was a blank account, we just installed the WordPress from WordPress.org. Then we started installed vulnerable versions of plugins that we had proof of concept for, so they were discovered through PatchStack's bug bounty program. We didn't change anything with them, so we didn't try to make it more difficult for the hosting companies, nothing. Another thing, we made sure that we enabled all the security features that the hosting had. So we made sure that they have the best fighting chance against vulnerabilities. Also, we try to have the same setup across all the testing providers, and we also had independent observers to make sure that it's not just we imagined something and no one will prove it. No, we had real people who looked at it afterwards to make sure that we weren't lying or cheating or anything. We tested 18 hosts. We had 30 vulnerable plugins, and how to put it, that's the result. Only 26% of all attacks got blocked by hosting companies, which is a nicer way to say that 74% of attack on average went through. Let me remind you, we got your back. You don't have to worry about anything. That kind of doesn't add up, right? And if we look at privilege escalation attack, only 12% of attacks got blocked, which again means 88% of those went through. So yeah, they aren't having our back. The attack that was blocked the most was the arbitrary upload. It was blocked on 60% of the websites. And it kind of happened because this vulnerability type is pretty much generic. So it's not that much WordPress oriented, it's a pretty generic one. So that's why it was blocked that well. Before doing this big research, we also did the first pilot research after the tweet to kind of test the waters. Then we just tested 5 hosting companies and 11 vulnerabilities. So back then we had 87 attacks went through. And honestly, when we saw the number, we were so surprised that we had to run it again and again because we thought we made a mistake, because it's impossible that it's so bad. It was. And I know that right now you are thinking, okay, now give us the names, who is the worst, who's the best. No, I won't. One of the reasons is because I know it would create kind of a false sense of security that some of you might think, okay, my hosting isn't on the list. I'm secure. No, probably you're not. Probably it has exactly the same problems as most have. Also, when you look at all those websites under how we provide security and so on, you will see that they are all using similar tools to defend against all those attacks. You will see Immunify logo, you will see Cloudflare, and so on and so on. And what's interesting, hosting using the same tools very often gave different results. So it's very often not about the tools that they are using, but about how they configure them. And also, we notified all the hosts. Some of them did nothing. They thought, this is fine, it's okay. And they are leaving some of their clients in this loop, that they're getting hacked because they are just using the hosting security, and they're again getting hacked, and again and again and again. So, okay, so why does this protection fail? I mean, they're very often paying a lot of money for those tools, and you saw the results. They were horrible. The answer is very simple, and you could already see that generic attacks were blocked much better. So most of the web application firewalls are just firewalls sitting in the network layer. They don't know the WordPress context. They don't understand it. So for them, now if you go back to the attack that I showed you, it was just a request. If you look at the request just as a request, it doesn't look bad. It's a normal request. There's nothing bad about it. So from the perspective of the network layer, everything is okay. But if you would know that this is WordPress, and this WordPress has this plugin in such and such version installed, then you would know that's not a normal request. That's attack. And that's the reason, but they are mostly using solutions that are not WordPress aware. They're just generic. But there is a solution. Cheese is a solution. Swiss cheese, to be exact. Because you know, Swiss cheese has layers. So imagine your security are few slices of cheese. Every slice has a bit of layers, because no layer is perfect. You would start with the one that hosting provides. It's still great to protect you from all the generic attacks, right? Because you saw, it was still pretty decent with the arbitrary upload, for example. Also, those WAFs are really good against denial of service attacks and things like this. Next, because, like I said, this layer has holes in it, it will go to another layer. This one is WordPress aware. So something that sits in your WordPress and knows what is happening. And this will take care of another batch of bad requests. And that's fine. But again, this layer isn't perfect, because there are 0 days, there are weak passwords, things like this. So things can still go through. So that's why it's also important to kind of have this last kind of operational layer. So this is the layer, what happens if everything else fails. So you know all the procedures, what to do, who to inform, how to clean the website, things like this. And you know, on its own, none of this layer is effective. But altogether, yes, they're doing a pretty good job. So right now, you know that relying just on your hosting company, in many cases, might not be the best idea. Or, let's be honest, it's a bad idea. On the other hand, you know, it's like with insurances. Things like vulnerability monitoring or virtual patching shouldn't be things about which you will start thinking after your website gets hacked. You should think about it right now, just in case, because you never know when it's needed. Exactly like with insurance. Most of you are paying for it, right? But you know, there is one problem. Did you heard about this AI thing? Did you heard it? AI, yeah? Yeah. It got pretty popular lately, right? And for many, many years, bug bounties were kind of a safety net for open source. During the last months, mostly thanks to AI, it changed a lot. Because a lot of bug bounty programs just got flooded with AI-generated reports. Many of them were poor quality, were just kind of, let's call it AI slop. And it led to the fact that a lot of bug bounty programs for big open source project got closed. We saw it in curl, in Node.js. We saw the Internet Bug Bounty program. A lot of big bug bounties just paused or stopped because it didn't have any sense. HackerOne also reduced the payout. And even our bug bounty was kind of hit by it. For example, a few months ago, our acceptance rate were, I said 66%. And in a matter of months, it dropped to 11. We were also hit by a lot of AI flooded. We just got AI flooded. So, yeah, that's kind of the problem. You know, security right now is changing very rapidly. The cool part is that we have access to the same tools as the hackers. We have access to the same AI models and everything. Of course, one of the differences is that if you are a hacker, you just want to hack something. And if you are working on the fix, you're also taking responsibility for it. So it's a bit more difficult. So we still need more time. But it doesn't change the fact that, yeah, be prepared for everything. Have procedures, have many layers of defense. Because relying on one right now, it's the worst idea ever. And if you want slides and links to the articles, you can scan this code. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly secure. Don't worry. Any surprises? Okay. Okay, if not. Okay, I will leave it for a moment. So yeah, that's it. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer at least some of those.
Dziękuję.
Dziękuję, dziękuję. I will drink a bit of water while you...
Okay. So does anybody have any questions? We have this mic right here, and then do we have a floating mic in this room? I just see the one. Oh, yes. Oh, up in the balcony. Okay. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to go to the mic. Is there a good starter question that you think people usually have when you have this talk?
Honestly, not so sure. I think very often no one has questions and they wait until I go out.
Okay.
So really, oh yes, there's a...
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We have one up in the balcony.
I think you know my question already, but I still will ask it.
How do I protect myself, right?
Exactly.
Okay, I know this question because this is a bit of a running joke in the Polish community. There are two things. First of all, yes, I do use PatchStack because, yes, it's a really good product. And because I work there, I have it for free, so it's even better. And on the other hand, I do use Astro a lot. So I convert a lot of my websites to static, so I don't have to worry about security at all. So either PatchStack or Astro.
Do we have another one, or is that our door guard? All right. Going once. Oh, here we go.
Another one.
Did you publish the hosting list, the companies, anywhere?
The names?
Yeah.
No.
No, you won't?
No.
Oh.
No, we didn't. Like, really, also, it's kind of connected also with the fact that, you know, everything is changing. So at the moment we would publish the report, then we would have to update it because, you know, things change, right? They're also using third-party tools. Those third-party tools change, the configuration change. So we would have to update it all the time. And, you know, kind of creating the report was fun. Maintaining the report, well, not so much. But we can talk later.
Yes, we have one down here.
Thank you for your talk. So we all know the basic security stuff, like write your code secure and sanitize and escape and all of that. What was the most stupid thing you saw that that was used for attack? Something that
I have two beautiful examples.
Lovely.
Like really, those were both of them were discovered when we did like this epic bug bounty. I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago almost. And there were two vulnerabilities that were so pretty amazing, and they were sitting in the WordPress official repository for quite a while. So first of them, and it was used on two websites, and it was used by two separate authors. So if you had this plugin enabled, and if you added ID equals 1 or 2, dependent on which the user you want to log in as, it logged you in as this user. That's it. So your website was very transparent. But it was a bit of a stupid thing, right? Probably. Well, but there was a second one. This was, honestly, I think I like it a bit more. So there was this plugin added an API endpoint. This API endpoint enabled you to register on the website. But if the email already existed, instead of throwing, hey, this email is taken, it just logged you in as this user.
Oh, wow.
So really.
Thank you.
Nice, nice. I mean, really, it was. And you know, if you look at this is kind of the thing that I told you. If you don't know that this plugin is installed somewhere, from the perspective of a WAF, it's just a request. And this request just logged you in.
Yes, Taco.
So you named a very large number of plugins that didn't respond when they were notified about security issues.
Hostings.
Hostings,
yeah.
right, okay.
But plugins also don't respond very often.
Yeah, so how do I find which plugin companies do respond, are actively working with you or on their security so that I know which plugins I can use?
Okay, so that's pretty simple, especially that now we have AI that enables searching stuff much quicker. There are databases of vulnerabilities. PatchStack has one, WP-Scan has one, WordFence has one. They all have very similar data. And just search for the plugin you want to use and look at its history, analyze it. So there you can see if all of their reported vulnerabilities were patched on time or not. Maybe they have a huge collection of unpatched vulnerabilities, things like this. I mean, it requires a bit of time, but yeah, it's pretty easy. Just look at those databases, and that's it.
Thank you.
No, I won't tell you the names, really.
Yeah, no, you just gave two examples, but the plugins are being reviewed by the WordPress team. How did these plugins pass the review?
Because they were old.
These codes so obvious.
Because, okay, the review process changed over time. Right now, it's much more restrictive. But for many, many years, it was less restrictive, and the check only happened when someone submitted it. So because the plugins were submitted long time ago, maybe back then there even wasn't any review process or whatever. And the moment or maybe something got added during the updates, because updates weren't never reviewed again. So that's the thing. Right now, the review process is much more strict. So with modern plugins, there should be less problems.
Do we have one more last question? All right. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję.
We have a special gift for Magic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh my, I got...
Oh, we have an unboxing.
I got a dragon. I see that my kid already can't wait to have it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few announcements before you go. As you may have heard, Matt is not here for this event, and so the next session will actually be a fireside chat. He is very disappointed not to have been able to come to Poland, but it will be Mary Hubbard with Rich Tabor and Matthias Ventura, and that will be the next session after the break. Additionally, we have the after party tonight, and you still have free access with your badge on public transit, and it's very easy. I have taken the tram several times here, so you can take that across the city. Please allow extra time because there is a Dragon Festival, the Wielka Parada Smoków, and that is today and tomorrow. So if you are kind of torn between our event and that, don't worry, you can still attend it tomorrow, but do remember that it might take you extra time to get across a very busy celebratory city. And I think I had one more announcement. Oh, yes. Do stay to the end to be the first to know where our next host city will be for 2027. We'll have the great unveiling at the end of the next session, the fireside chat. And thank you so much to everyone for being part of this. It takes everybody, not just organizers, volunteers, and sponsors, but all of the attendees as well to make this event what it is. So thank you for making the effort to be here and participating as fully as you have.